he has a life. He has children, or at the very least, a wife.
I don't think he has children.
Does he have kids?
I'm not aware of TR having kids.
I thought he had at least one child.
The start of the discussion for
With
the stream
Alex, we
is
did.
yeah. Alex had a kid before he stopped playing.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
Yeah.
That kid's about
Poor
2 now.
Bellman. Poor Bellman.
Whatever happened to them, we'll never know.
He lost
Yeah.
a hand.
I mean, he was a monk.
I'm not-
Lost a hand in the sphere of annihilation.
We're not live on
There's
my
no
end yet,
way.
don't do the
There's
intro
no
yet.
way. There's no way back from that.
Well, it's mostly
for a
started
monk, is
on
it?
bookkeeping and stuff. I guess the audience can watch the bookkeeping, all that.
That thing that everyone really wants to watch.
Everyone that really
Everyone
wants
likes
to watch,
bookkeeping episodes and shopping episodes and beach episodes.
I suppose he's going to
I can't
introduce
argue.
Ali.
And the festival episode. And the swimsuit.
Well, swimsuit can tie in with the beach episode.
I know, but there's usually also a hot spring episode.
Yeah, usually.
Those all contain plot, so there is a reason to watch them.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Lot of plot.
sure they do.
Yes. Great big huge mounds of plot.
Both multiple sets of plot.
Yes, lots of watermelon smashing.
What is it? It's plot and backstory. They're the two best bits.
Oh.
God.
I'm terrible. I'm aware of it.
No, it's fine. It's the fact that I'm making those jokes. It's,
Yeah, it's okay. There's someone else doing it.
It's fine. It's fine. Have we got everyone in
TR's
Apart from
not.
TR, yeah.
no, I mean also in Thingy as well. Roll 20.
I was in the wrong one, so I had to close it down and
3,
just
4,
coming back in.
Haley and Neil are out there.
We're playing D&D, aren't we?
Yes.
Probably loads of characters.
No, this is the obligatory 10-minute of just chatting.
Yeah, this is the obligatory.
Now we're live.
Obligatory.
The word that I can't say of Kaylee Choo-Choos for 25 minutes.
Okay. You owe us a con save now then for that one. See if you're okay. Or is it wisdom check?
Wisdom check.
Wisdom check.
Oh yeah, I'll fail that.
Intelligence save.
For those in the chat who somehow may have missed it, we have a new player with us. Ali, everyone say hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. I thought you were
Alex, say
talking
hi
to the
back.
audience.
Hello, everyone in chat.
He said Ali. He said
I'm the new player.
Hi.
Hello.
We have a new person.
We have
They
a new
will
person. Let's
probably-
see.
They will be
See how quickly we
immediately
can scare them
robbed.
So I've been hanging around
we
Katie for long enough
we can
to
rotate more people.
have built up a tolerance.
And now we can be even more diplomatic than we normally are.
Hey, I have so far actually done diplomacy.
That's what I'm saying. We can be even more diplomatic than we already are, because we are so diplomatic.
I helped
Diplomatic community.
negotiate a trade deal, so I feel like if anything, I've been incredibly diplomatic.
Negotiated dragons.
Yeah.
I did actually. Yeah.
Glad that degree in politics is working out.
We'll get to
for you,
know
Kelly.
the point,
Realize.
Ali's character, in a little moment once we actually discover them in the ship. They have elected to go with a character from the old world who has previously adventured with the party, but tends to remain on the ship until the ship crashed, and now they're being forced to leave it and actually join the rest of you.
The mechanic.
No, we've got the mechanics Zomi. Who are
Yeah.
you? This...
We'll find out in a moment, because I don't think I know yet. Oh yeah, I have a rough idea.
The
I
assistant
remember.
mechanic.
I look forward to this.
Yeah.
If anything, I'm the
But
entertainment. I think.
before we meet the point and Ali,
we data.
they already have a character, James. They've already thought of a character.
Or,
Let
or
If they haven't
the
thought of a
They
character
don't need character ideas.
let the character be
Wait.
introduced.
like a hologram.
If we haven't thought
You
of
do
a
the
character
hologram that comes
by
with
the
ship.
session starting, we've got a problem.
Yeah.
I mean, I arrived at the New Year's Eve one shot thinking Junkrat, Blackstar. You know what? Bright side. So
Yeah, that's one shot. We can give you some leeway for that.
For that New Year's session, I went, okay, got it, character that I'm playing. Immediately drank a potion, turned into a dragon.
I mean,
Nice.
I sat and drank the entire session and then pointed at a dragon and then at the end just like fucking
They
6
died.
attacks, let's go.
You got
Yeah.
abducted by a different player for a significant portion of the session and then got pissed for the rest of it.
Yeah, that's the ideal.
And
I
then-
that's
failed
New Year's Eve.
upwards.
Then everyone went to the shop.
No, we didn't.
Everyone.
2 people didn't, and I was one of them.
Yeah.
You guys all went to the shop. But you guys can all discuss that after the session. This is out of session time. It's now past 6 o'clock. Let's get into the session. Let's go ahead and do some bookkeeping.
Yay!
Those joining us for the first time, either as players or viewers, or for those who just need a refresher, we're going to go over some basic mechanics stuff of Alterra. The main one that we need to know is pretty much just destiny points. Alterra uses a alternative inspiration system where you have something called a destiny point. It's pretty much an inspiration. You can use it to re-roll a die or gain advantage on something, or to have conveniently found something nearby that makes sense. It's a bit of twist of destiny.
Rubber gloves.
Rubber gloves, exactly. If it makes sense, if there's a chance your character might have it, you can influence destiny. Every player starts with 1. I'm actually hearing myself in Kaylee's end now.
Oh. Well,
apparently I need to talk later.
Living with other people.
Yeah.
Hype's got unreal.
People are. It's weird.
Unreal.
You should definitely get a studio like I have, or be single. Those both work.
Just have the other person live in your house. No.
The latter would still require us to get different places.
Does that still work?
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll deal with the slight feedback there in a moment. You all start with 1 destiny point at the beginning of a session. You can gain destiny points during the session by exploring your backstory, helping other players explore their backstory, discovering new elements of the world, or doing anything that makes the DM lose composure. Generally, I like to err with funny. Frustration will just result in me beating you up in game, of course.
Yeah, sure, buddy.
Up to a maximum of 3 destiny points.
I'm actually curious. You said a while back when we wrote our backstories, was that the extra destiny point? Was that for 1 session?
No, it's until you use it. You just start with 1 if you have 0.
I haven't used any yet for a while, so.
But yes, this is also the first session of the year, though, so it's not saying much.
Yeah.
Do we get another one because it's the first session of the year?
Oh, whoa.
Oh, I don't know, James. Are you in Roll20 yet?
I am.
I've been in Roll20 for ages.
James is.
Right, James, go ahead and roll me a d20. If you roll a 20, I'll give everyone an extra destiny point.
And if I roll
however, you just immediately die. Character just dies.
Okay, let's
Can I use the destiny point to roll?
Use your manifest ability, Wolfie. Come on.
Oh, it's tempting there, Ali, but
Natural 1, calling it now. A 10.
Oh, wow.
There was a 1 in it.
There was a 1 in it.
1s and 0s, just like a robot.
1 second, when my cat's is trying to break down the door.
No, you do not all get an extra 1 for New Year. You got a New Year 1 shot instead. Dragon Blade.
Valiant try though, James.
Yeah, valiant try.
If you don't ask, you don't get.
Lava suck up.
Shut up. We can't all live with the DM, can we?
I mean, we can, but it gets real tight.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's only a 1-bedroom.
That pretty much covers all the mechanics segment. So let's get into Alterra. Our players have arrived in an alternative reality. But it's the only homebrew mechanic we actually have consistently.
Arcanite.
That's not a homebrew mechanic. That's a homebrew item.
Yeah, that's stuff that exists in the world. They will see it when we touch it.
You will see it when I open the seasoning pouch and murder something with it.
Yeah, Arcanite is the magical substance that is the catalyst for all magic use. If you are a magic user, you will presumably have some form of Arcanite on you, especially if you're from the original world where Arcanite is pretty plentiful. And just assume that you use an Arcanite foci or have some form of Arcanite on you whenever you do spellcasting, because I just hand wave that, James. It's not like I require players to make sure they have it in their backstory.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't
you
know
do
I had it until
sure. Yeah, you do Arcanite. Well done, you have it.
I didn't know I had it until session 1.
Yeah, that wand you're using has Arcanite in the tip. That instrument you're strumming, it's Arcanite. I forgot the word.
It's an
thing you used to strum.
Arcanite
Plectrum.
It's not like loot.
I was about to say, fuck, he's got a Arcanite.
It has Arcanite strings. I don't know. That'd actually be pretty cool. Arcanite strings.
The wood of the rare Arcanite tree.
James Bargain instruments now have Arcanite strings. It's canon.
I am vehemently against that.
I am not.
Definitely have it built into the little sort of. So some guitars have
Arcanite
mother
strength.
of pearl bits.
So, I was going to say, would it not be like the pickup or anything like that?
That's a custom guitar for the mother of pearl.
Yeah, that's Black Star's god instrument. There you go.
The players are tier 2 characters that have were exploring their old world, going for a antagonist by the name of Junior Stradson, who was planning to blow up a planar diplomatic meeting. The players thwarted them, but only by destroying the explosive device they were going to utilize. An explosive device that somehow tore a tear in reality and plunged the players into an alternative Alterra, in which, from what you've gathered so far, the Prime Wars were never won by the gods, and instead the multiverse is divided between 3 major faction of monsters, with the majority of Noid races being enslaved or on the run or in hiding or even actively rebelling in whatever way they can. The players have landed in quite a barren, I mean not so much barren, but a region known as Salvage, where you have landed inside a scrapyard of rock and stone called Titan Guts, and were eventually discovered by a rebellion squad that have brought you back to Salvage, the rebellion outpost, with a number of other things happening, which I'm sure the players can fill and recant as required.
I think I'm currently also debating whether we're worth the effort of bringing back. They're really debating that right
in pursuit of Zormir and the party's ship that crashed and then was dragged back to base by the rebellion. And you have now discovered the ship, Zormir managing to prevent it from exploding. And Zormir, while you're on the ship, an hour or two goes past as you're you're doing your standard checks. You're making sure everything is in reasonable working order. It's pretty banged up. The hull definitely needs repairs. And somebody appears to have nicked your void propellers, the Arcanite instruments that actually allow the ship to fly. And as you do so, somehow, even though somehow it's completely escaped the entire party's mind that they had an ally on the ship that none of them have thought to inquire about or to search, until said ally pops in front of Zormir, having been either unconscious or have been hiding on the ship. I'll let Ali decide in a moment. And as you do so, Ali, describe to us what Zormir describes to give a little detail about your character, who they are, and what the party might know them for.
Okay, so I am playing the Point, working name. They're dwarven. They're wearing a fancy costumes of purple gold trim all over. But most notable about them, their eyes are completely black with gold irises, and they're bald with 2 lines of tattoos along their head. And strapped to their back is what looks like a hurdy-gurdy and a pipe organ got into a teleporter accident and created something similar to a minigun.
Nice.
You'll know that the Point is a travelling performer. They play this instrument that's on their back. They've had several names. They've gone by the Point, the Corner, the Vertex, the Merida Black Star Experience, all sorts of different names. I'm not sure.
That last one you were sued for, if I remember correctly.
You weren't playing the things you were needed, so. Yeah, they were probably. I imagine their instrument got damaged in the crash, so they were spending all the time since trying to fix it before going outside.
I also like, by the way, you're a dwarf with weird eyes, tattoos, and you're an entertainer. You're like the opposite equivalent of Alvina.
Isn't everyone though?
No.
Should we not reintroduce our characters again?
I think we should, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
It's been a year.
It's
Yeah, that's fair.
It's not done it since last year.
Yeah.
We'll go in order. Everyone can quickly refresh their characters. Anything prominent about your characters, and I'll throw tidbits in relating to the plot if need be. Also, this will count as our voice to character check for anyone tuning in. Wolfie, why don't you start us off?
Howdy, I am Wolfie, and I'm playing Alvina Alanor, the 6-foot ginger elf war dancer lass who is totally not a kleptomaniac, and she will stab you if you say anything and then steal all your things.
Go klepto.
Yeah, she's 6 foot, glowing, green-eyed, heavily tattooed elf. Wild
And
elf.
if I remember correctly, Abigail, one of the leader of the squad that brought you in, is convinced you are a master liar.
Yep.
Face unreadable.
Yep, completely unreadable. I also do not have any obsession with dragons at all. I'm not currently debating how to make an army of dragons with a changeling.
Yep, and we'll get to that later too when Jam gives you his requirements for incubating those dragon eggs.
I'm gonna get Jam's name. It's the last thing I do.
Yep. That's fair. Was there any other tidbit? You've stolen half the world so far.
Yeah.
Anything that's not nailed down.
I can
Even
cust
things
a
aren't nailed
vampire
down.
with another vampire.
You did. You have a habit of throwing things at people, such as people at people.
And I tore an artillery emplacement out of the ground and carried it around for a while. With my
Which
bare hand.
apparently it's just crash landed somewhere in the continent if you ever find it.
Yep.
Somewhere here.
It's brilliant.
What else?
Completely forgot about that.
Oh yeah, I also drop kicked a guy and stole his Hydra.
Yes.
We
I am a
get it.
Hydra
We get it.
symbol.
We get it. You're a thieving barbarian that
I'm
just
not
chucks.
at all a thief.
Well,
Zormir took the other
steal-
Hydra though,
All right.
No,
but
no
they're
one
not
has.
tame.
No
Alright,
one
well,
has.
we'll move on in order to
That's
get to the game.
Alvina.
Zormir.
Hi, I'm Bob. I'm playing Dr. Zormir. I am a shifter who is like part
Cow shifter.
cow, and also an artificer who's currently just went and managed to fix a broken pipe with a bit of wood.
Oh yeah, forgot about that.
I'm just always gonna imagine you as Taurus from Fairy Tale, but in artificer gear.
Pretty much.
He's very proud of his artificery stuff, and also driven to try and find Junior because he's the one who killed his mentor.
You're also the regretful voice of reason in this party.
Yep. And also has been dubbed a cop. Because
And you've also discovered through your interactions with the subspecies of aboleth that you discovered, whose name escapes me at the moment.
I have it written down.
Drax.
Yes, Drax.
Drax.
Was it just Drax? I knew it was like.
It was Drax the something, I think.
Destroyer?
No.
No.
Nah.
Or am I thinking of something else?
Yeah.
You're thinking of some invisible guy.
Yeah. He's very imperceptible.
Oh,
It's more like a Goliath.
Oh, I actually
Sorry.
have a character sheet for him already.
No, he's invisible. What are you
Drax
talking
the Destroyer might be here. We just
No,
don't know.
yeah, thank you. I
Drax is
forget things.
outside the camp with your Hydras, keeping an eye on them because Drax himself wasn't allowed into base as he is an aboleth affiliated with the Aberrational Ethereal Republic.
Mm-hmm.
And is one of the empires that generally enslaves Noids and is working against the rebellion. Although
I
he appears
hear
to be
And he was
He
only
appears to
going
be
to
a
wait there
neutral
a week.
researcher.
I hear they're pretty chill.
Pretty chill, yeah. I freed him.
Yep, but you discovered that artificery is actually quite a very rare and lost art in this new world, having to do with the lack of arcanite that actually exists in this world, with only hybrid arcanites being easier, even then difficult to find, and the pure substance being incredibly rare to find, only existing from before the Prime Wars, after the arcanites withdrew from this reality into their own demi-plane, blocked off by the Rainbow Wall, submerged into the Rainbow Plains.
People seem to think I'm weird because I eat it.
Yes,
Yeah.
just
It's
Alvina
expensive.
eating what in this world is considered a historical and ancient artifact from dawn immemorial.
It's chili. It's chili.
There is a comparison we normally use for it. It's like
Obsidian?
like peri peri salt.
Yeah, it's like chili. It's chili salt or something like that. But
Chili flakes.
extreme because it blew up a slime in session.
Yep. Red Arcanite, one of the few Arcanites that actually has a taste pleasant to Noid consumption. Because trust me, people have tried to eat the Arcanite.
Alvina has.
Yep. Okay, moving on to Fuck You.
That's a quarter of the players. Let's keep it going.
So I'm Ben. I'm playing Fuck You, the antagonistic immortal arsonist goblin.
Yep. All true.
Who has found his new playmate in Big Toe, who he has
Rabbit
just been
Huff.
antagonizing. Yeah,
You had a literal pissing match with them.
we had a literal pissing match. Fuck You's made his
won.
shoes. Yeah, Fuck You's made his, Big Toe's shoes smell like piss.
You also fucked
Yeah.
off and hid in the crowd, didn't you? Because he's trying to.
Yeah,
And
fuck you
also gained a fire spirit and a key
Mhm.
familiar sawed off, which appears to unlock a box made of living flame, inside of which is this jagged black. I've forgotten
One second.
the.
I've got it written down in my loot table.
Oh, it's more just the material, the black crystal metal,
Obsidian red
obsidian-like
metal shard
metal.
is what I've got.
That appears to be part of a larger object that has been splintered off. Even just looking at it gave you the arsonist trait. As you have become obsessed with fire, it definitely seems to have some relation to the prime fire plane.
Cool.
Gwent.
Hey, I'm TR, play Gwent. Gwent looks a bit like Rodney from Only Fools and Horses, but a centaur.
Not gonna lie, I always imagined him looking like Rodney from Only Fools and Horses. I'm very happy you've confirmed that now.
I never pictured him like that. I can't unsee it now.
I always
I know
did.
it's hard to forget now.
I always just picture people, but in fancy dress. You know?
One of the few actual people from this world, and just unfortunately met up with these chuckle fucks, and I was just trying to find a way out. Just want a peaceful life. Is not going to get it.
Yeah, that's a,
Mhm.
that one. Once
God,
peaceful
they are
life is
dealing.
not going.
Once
Oh no!
peaceful life is in party with Fuck You and Alvina. That ain't happening.
Me?
I have no tidbits for Gwent. Gwent's just surviving and caused the least amount of problems.
They
Thank you, Gwent.
jumped down a like 800-foot hole and did not stick the landing and nearly got roasted.
Oh yeah, there's also
Yeah,
that.
no, that's true.
But moving on, Lou.
Hi, I'm Neil. I play Lou Grimm, who's
Nothing else is-
currently a warlock, worshipping elder control. Yay!
Hey, don't worry. They didn't find out when they had you at arrow point because they didn't want to deal with the rest of us after getting exhausted from the previous interrogations.
Yeah. Sick.
I had admitted it
You're welcome.
from the party
Wasn't even you.
initially for like however long we'd been adventuring together.
Yeah, and you've now discovered why your connection to your patron appears to be so much stranger, more powerful lately. Apparently, in this world, control is president control, and is now the ruling force of the Ethereal Republic.
Who knew?
When you know he fucking controls everything. Great. Good for him.
Give him.
Well,
Yep. Whereas in your world, he is an imprisoned, defeated old god.
Thanks to the help of a previous game. Still on YouTube.
Yep. On 2 YouTubes. I used to work for him.
But Kaylee.
Hello. Oh yeah, D&D.
Hey, you're a person.
I forgot. I
Yes,
forgot.
yes, Katie. Introduce your character.
Look,
You're
I
back,
forgot.
Gremlin.
I'm big NPC. Until I'm acknowledged, I forget I'm real.
No,
My
no
name's
stealth
Kaylee,
permanence.
and I play Ass N, who is a little what I can only describe as a kobold if, like, dragged them through a head, dipped them in water, and slime. Like, they're very soggy looking, very disheveled.
Soggy.
They have little goat eyes or squid eyes on your vibe choice, and they pretty much just their motivations are yet to be seen. Most of them has just been stirring shit oranges. So we're yet to see how they develop. But we only guarantee that it'll just a little bit chaotic.
You currently live in my bag.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
I'm currently like the second kobold character I ever played that basically lives in a bag.
It's like a quarter of all your characters have lived in another player character's bag.
Look, I just dream of living in someone's bag, okay?
Okay. Chris, don't if you find any large bags around your house.
Keep her away. Keep them
Just,
away. Keep them away.
Yeah, just
You'll find Kaylee in one day.
Just give them a poke.
You like him. The bag of kobold
I
holding.
said. I said.
No, it's the bag of Kaylee.
Bag of Kaylee holding.
Yeah, bag of
Wait.
Kaylee holding.
It's got my next one shot.
It's just a ton bag with extra straps on it.
It's
The
Mary
next one
Poppins'
shot.
carpet bag.
The next one shot is just a giant with a bag and and all the players are kobolds living in the bag.
Yeah.
That's the next
Yeah.
one.
Professor.
Oh yes, that's me. I am the professor.
Of course, your name is
Well, I was muted for reasons. Yes, I'm James. I use they them pronouns, as does the professor. They are they're a giant robot person who their original body and they themselves died, but luckily their soul was sucked into a ring they were wearing, and through a series of events and coincidences, they made their way back to the rebellion and built this robot body to house their soul until they can find a new vessel or resurrect their old body. Who knows? Maybe they have multiple plans coming up, and who knows where that will lead. But the discovery of someone who seems to be linked to Elder Control might be the way to eventually stop not the Commonwealth. That's another campaign.
Generation or something like that, isn't it?
Whatever Chris said they were, the ruling class of monstrous fucks.
Squid people.
Those guys. Yes.
You also have a fish-shaped dent in your jaw, if memory serves.
That'll buff out, I'm sure, at some point. And yes, I picture the original Mark I Iron Man suit, and you're not far off. And I am an animancer, which is all to do with the soul.
Yeah. I find it funny. You're the Mark One. I'm probably what the equivalent of the last generation of it, because my suit
The Mark
basically
412.
my suit is something that sticks to me as well and can only be removed by me.
I can imagine Zormi's suit to be a bit like the Mark, I think it's 12 from Iron Man 3.
Yeah.
You know, the one that he can like summon with his weird like Ginyu Force poses? That one.
More like
yeah.
the set of blue armor from the Jackie Chan adventures that he puts on.
Oh, yeah, another one.
It
Where he
becomes
fights the Earth
form-fitting.
Demon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Daigui. How do I remember that?
Yeah.
Jesus.
With
And
gems.
we've already
That's the professor.
yep, and
And
we've already
only half an hour in.
Mhm.
It's going
Ali and
guys.
Point. And I am Chris McKenzie. I will be your DM for today for this chaotic adventure in
And if
the
you've never-
Shattered Altsphere.
If you've never watched or played D&D before, Chris plays the rest of the world. The other the NPCs, the weather, the
Chris is
eldritch
God.
creatures. Yeah.
Hey James, you know you're just
controls everything.
complaining about dragging out the introduction.
Well, I wanted to make it an even 30 minutes.
Anyone who doesn't know, if anyone
It's also-
doesn't know what D was, they're not stuck around. I hate to break it to you. They left like
The
50
4-minute mark.
minutes ago. Yeah, they left it. They came in and were just like, absolutely not.
Yeah.
right.
All right, so we're pretty much starting back up roughly where we left off. I'm not going to track time too much just now because you're in a settlement. So time can pass whenever as you need it to. So, if, for the sake of consistency, you can all have a benefit of long rest. You can all have the benefit of a long rest. There we go.
Cool.
Get my
Yeah.
words out. And we're going to pick up mostly from a scene that I'm interested in back on Curial 3 with Zormir and the Point still inside the protective force field that you're in a pyramid of light that the dwarf craftsman outside set up because of the smoke rising from the ship that Zormir did not help set up and just ran straight onto the ship instead. So we're going to pick up from here because I'm curious as to how you guys are going to get out of this force field. And if you do, so
Zormir's going to MacGyver.
Immediately.
You'll get out eventually. I'll steal one of the generators.
Welcome to the campaign. Now you die.
You've got essentially a nuclear bomb in a giant oxygen deprived chamber.
And then the rest of the players will get a scene token they can use for essentially the evening scene before you all do officially get the long rest. But we're not going to have combat before that, so it's easier mechanically if you just do it now. And then in the morning, you were asked to come meet the warder, the essentially the chief, the leader of the settlement, who was going to give you your mission if you wanted your ship back, because the rebellion is holding on to it and will put up a fight to keep it. So unless you want to start killing innocents, yep. But yes, we return now to the ship. Zormir, you've just noticed that the Point exists and is on the ship. You haven't seen them since the last world, and honestly, I think you may have forgotten about them until now.
Oh,
given
crap.
the complete lack of mentioning them in the last 8 sessions.
Oh crap! The Point.
Oh crap!
I thought
you found the point.
I thought fuck you had upset you and you left. You've been on the airship this whole time.
Yeah, well, Merida got broken, so I had to fix her, and then I kind of just wanted to have a nap and didn't want to come up on deck. You know how it goes.
Oh.
So have we landed yet?
There's quite a bit to tell you then.
Oh, I like this character already.
Landed's one word for it.
We kind of ended up in another version of Alterra. We're not on. We were chasing after Junior. He made a bomb. It blew up. He managed to end up putting us into a new world instead of this ship crashed. How did you not feel that? Were you?
I'm a very deep.
I thought fuck you was a very deep sleeper. Oh God.
But with all these revelations, the Point is just nodding along. Just
Okay.
no thoughts, head empty.
Okay, so fuck you didn't upset you with saying anything about your musical talent?
Oh, what the fuck use pronouns?
Anything you like.
Okay.
He's a goblin. A little
It
goblin guy.
upset me, but I'll deal with him. Deal with them later.
Oh.
What's going on with this? 'Cause I point at the force field.
Oh yes, they thought the ship was going to blow up, but I just needed enough time to fix what was wrong, and now we're kind of locked in here because they didn't want it to explode and damage the nearby place. But I suppose I can try and message one of them to try and drop this damn force field so we can get out.
So the bunch raises a finger and wanders over to the side and just yells down, "Oi, you down there! Can you let us out, please?"
They're all dwarfs as well.
As you look over the edge, you can see the ship is kind of elevated up a little bit in what, as you quickly come to realize, this underground expansive cave with a number of alcoves dug into the walls around. The place appears to be quite homely. There's rugs and drapings lined everywhere. They clearly built a settlement in here. The air is fresh. There isn't that kind of underground, moldy or damp smell that you'd associate being underground. It appears this place is actually quite well ventilated somehow. But as you look over the edge and down towards the ground, you can actually see Gwent, one of your allies. Oh, actually, no, you've never met Gwent.
I've never met
You have no idea
Gwent.
Gwent. You see a centaur chatting with a dwarf with a rolled up sleeves, his hands folded, appears to be middled age, carrying a number of scrap around with his light brown skin and the deep set eyes. He's got some wavy, dark and graying hair. Apparently, the two of them are talking as they just periodically glance up and stare at you.
So I wave again and say, "Yeah, I'd like to not be in the thing filled with smoke. Can I not be in the thing filled with smoke, please?"
The dwarf seems to peer at you and then starts moving their mouth, but you can't hear what they're saying as they start to kind of wave their hands up in the air, kind of gesturing to the light, and then cupping their ears and kind of shrugging.
So I wander back to Zora and say, "Well, that didn't work."
I point the copper
Gwen,
rod.
as we switch back to you for a second, you've heard all of this. The sound travels fine through the force field. Voltron is just kind of giggling to himself.
With you.
I'm pointing the piece of metal at him and going, yes, the ship's not going to go boom anymore. Can you please drop the force field?
Have you turned into a dwarf?
No.
Please just go, no, that's the point.
I was talking to the dwarf guy. I wasn't talking to Gwen. And
much for Gwen standing right next to the dwarf guy.
Yeah.
And I hear them respond perfectly fine, not backed by the message response.
Yes, if Gwent is speaking out loud, yes.
No, if you message me, I'd follow it back with a message.
All right.
It's Gwent fully going along with this.
Oh, absolutely.
Fair enough.
You don't ruin the gag.
Yes, and sometimes I wish Gwent was playing D&D with me.
So, are you a dwarf now?
No, that's the point.
Yes.
What do you mean that's the point?
What's the point?
What's the point?
They are the point. The dwarf fellow is the point.
What? But I'm going to point towards the dwarf next to me.
I've wandered off at this point.
I'm asking you who's on next.
Third base.
No, what was their name again? They're not called
Steve?
the point.
I can't remember.
For the dwarf, I don't think the dwarf ever gave you his name.
No,
he
only
introduced
introduced
his whole family. Yeah.
Yeah, he
Hamish?
introduced
I wanna say
himself
Hamish.
and then all his kids.
He did that to Gwent, but at that point, Zormir was already on the ship and away.
I think it's Gwent that's being talked, isn't it? Like Gwent's the one saying the person's name. That's why he's like, I think you'd know.
Well, Gwent would know the name is Foltron.
That was it.
Or
Right.
Foldrin.
Voltron.
Right. His name's Voltron.
Oh, can you tell?
Is there another dwarf on the ship?
Yes, they're called the point.
The point's not a name.
I don't know. That's what they introduce themselves as.
Still not a name. Anyway, what do you want?
I want the force field down.
Is the ship going to blow up?
No, I fixed it.
Promise.
I promise.
Buy it. Don't buy it.
It's just a
Don't
piece
buy
of
it.
wood.
Because then I get to steal the force field.
I'm going to whisper to Fontamir next to me, like, take it down, but slowly. It'll be down in 5 minutes. Maybe 10.
Foldrin Bruishoulder.
Well,
Crucial. That's a great name.
I'll tell Voltron if he hurries up in getting this down, I can teach him some nice artificer skills that they might help the damn rebellion. I fixed the ship. It's not going to go boom. I
And
just
yet
want
you want
out.
to get off it real quickly. So you want to escape the ship very quickly, even though it's not going to escape, not going to boom.
No, I just don't.
Oh, quiet,
As,
he's lying to you.
Okay.
As you guys are chatting, you hear a bit of a noise and a scuffle from behind Yuki's alcove, where it seems that she's tripped over a number of things and actually pulled another rack down of things. As Fulgrim kind of looks over his shoulder and shakes his head. I gotta go deal with my youngest. When they're done messing about and having a giggle, if you could just go to each of the little devices we put down, and if you clip there's two little kind of outcroppings, two little buttons almost on the side. If you just give those a pinch, it will deactivate them, and if you can bring them back over to me when you're done, that'd be great. All right, I gotta go deal with these kids now.
No problems, and I'm going to slowly trot around.
Gwent should have incited Zormir to see if he was telling the truth.
But yeah,
I'm not
please
sure you
roll
can
it and then
insight-
natural one and just not buy it.
Can you insight over message though? Was my thinking.
Sure. It's not like a voice. It's an identifiable voice, so I guess so. Flying.
Checks out.
Wow.
I don't think you can fail reading anyone with that.
What is that inside check? Well, you know Zormir so well. You gleam aspects of their past that Zormir hasn't even touched upon yet.
I'm too proud of my own work that I would never lie about it.
Fair enough. I'm going to just start going around, taking it down little bit by little bit.
Anyway.
Yes.
So as this comes down, as it starts to come down, you'll just hear a shout from the point saying, "I knew that would do it," as if they just did this somehow.
Oh, there's another one. I'm loving this. There's 3 menaces in this party now.
How is the pointer name? I'm going to shout back.
The stage name.
What stage?
Well, and I pull out my instrument and start playing.
Fair enough.
Is it broken?
No,
The whole reason I haven't been involved in fixing it.
Ah!
That's what they've been doing for the last 8 sessions.
It's been days, to be fair.
Very
you've only had 1 long rest, so it's only been like 2 days. Actually, I think it's been 1 day. You guys have been in 1 day in this whole
No, we had a
9
nap
sessions.
at the tower, remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You've had 1 long rest.
No, it's actually just been 24 hours.
So it's been less than 48 hours.
We seem to have spent longer in that Tower of Death.
I mean, we did spend a while looting.
No. Some of us did.
You joined in.
Only I lent my rope that, got burned.
But yes,
Like,
the
a couple
force
of
field
feet.
eventually comes down after Gwent has deactivated. Gwent, you now just have all of these. What did I make them? Triangular? Did I make them cubes?
Still
Triangular
pyramids.
cubes? Pyramids? Yeah. You have these little pyramids now that presumably Fulgrim would like you to return to them, but you may do with them as you wish. You might just annoy Voldrin if he has to come find them.
No, I'm going to give them to him because he seems like a nice family man.
Can
That's fair,
fuck you
that's fair.
just be on, stood next to Gwent when he comes back?
Yeah. You have the mobility and have been exploring about.
Alvina would wander over because I think she did all her business with.
I hate to tell you, your stealth does not beat my passive.
No.
Yes, Jam. Oh, wow. Jam told you to come back tomorrow after he'd done some researching.
Yeah, I can imagine Alvina would see the giant pyramid alight and go, "That's something worth going for."
Assuming Lou and the professor are also fine, that feels like a good time to kind of bring everyone back together into the alcoves next to the ship.
Yeah.
He's
We did our
dragging
shopping.
Abigail, an assassin, with her.
I gave my admission.
Mm-hmm.
You're a
Alvina,
cultist. Hi.
the point is still on board. I thought.
Is he?
I thought fuck you had upset them and they wandered off. Apparently they were just here fixing
thought
their
fuck-
instrument.
I thought fuck you threw him overboard. If I'm honest. Hey, the point. How you doing?
Well, Alvina, could be better. Like the new digs you got. Referring to the cave.
What?
This doesn't belong to her.
Yes, it does.
Oh God, no.
I feel like Assassin's writing stuff down and hands up to Alvina and being like, so if we forward contracts, we'll be able to claim some of this land. Remember and make sure you read that. Also make sure Jam doesn't read it.
Oh,
Got it?
Yep.
that's where the cobalt went to.
Yeah.
You saw me.
What?
I went where the oranges went.
I followed the oranges.
Point, I thought you was dead.
Me?
No, point.
Yeah.
As he points.
Takes more than that to kill. And I strum a chord, my illusion, smoke around the feet, do a pose.
Oh,
The
we can
point.
so do dueling banjos.
I do not understand.
Oh, the point, and Fuck You had a bit of a rivalry back on our version of Alterra. We thought they left. They were apparently on the ship, fixing their instrument and sleeping all the way here.
I knew they were on the ship. I thought they were dead.
This dwarf, you mean?
Yes.
Get the point.
You said... I do not understand.
Alvina looks at you as if you're the dumbest person who has ever existed on the planet.
And when Alvina does
it's
that,
a name.
It is not a name. It is a direction.
Is it a job title?
Yes. Let's go with that. It's a job title.
Good, I respect you.
I am in the professional capacity of being cord smoke. To the point.
Perhaps one day you will be the artist formerly known as Point.
Yeah, it's got a nice ring
That
to it.
name needs a bit of work.
Yeah, I'm not settled on it yet, but it's working so far.
You want a name? I know, you know where I'm going with this. Don't worry about it.
I know.
I'll take some to try out. Yeah.
Okay, I'll get you some.
Welcome. I am, well, you may call me the Professor, or just Professor. I am the Professor.
And
I am
you're
usually
beautiful is
more
what you are.
articulate.
And
I've
do you
never
think his...
understood why you go by your second name.
Second name?
Yeah, you're the Professor.
The is not my first name. It
I
is
don't
my
believe you.
title, like the Point.
I don't believe you.
And what's your...
That's gonna get confusing if two of us have the first name the.
Yeah.
Whenever you should change it.
Well,
I think it's
I'll be the
the
P,
professor.
and the press can be the P.
Oh, wait. This...
And who's
Yeah.
going to take them?
Yeah,
my-
I feel like you should change it. I mean, oh, it's so cool.
We have 2 pieces of TP in this party.
Only 2? Damn.
Alvina's probably stolen some.
2 pieces of TP and 2 asses and an in, so, you know.
Definitely more. There's definitely more than 2 asses in this part.
I am one of many. There are dozens of us.
And Lou, how are you
we are
doing?
legion.
That joke. That was a joke. I understood it. Haha.
And Lou, how are you doing with your problem?
Problem? I have no problem. I'm
We have
fine.
not yet experimented.
Maybe you should meditate on it.
I'll get some ointment.
I may
I
do
don't-
that.
I don't think ointment
It's not
can,
that kind of problem.
can
Ah,
remove
It's
links.
not a medical problem.
Do we even have a medic here?
I can do medicine.
Hello.
I'm
Oh,
willing
I
to
can
give it a
medicine.
go.
I believe
Yeah, I'll give it a shot.
I
Yeah,
provide
not that
medicine
hard,
for the
right?
soul.
I see. This guy has branding. I like it.
Mm.
So,
That's why.
I've got the ship not going to blow up anymore.
Hey, nice.
It was going to blow up.
Well,
It was usually gonna blow up.
yeah.
Is this normal ship behavior?
No, one of the pipes was damaged. I had to.
Then you did your job.
I mean, when I'm driving, it does happen.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's why I don't let him drive that often.
Hey, at least when I was attempting to drive, it would never explode.
No,
They
it
just
never.
You couldn't
left
even
the
get to
lateral.
take off.
Yes, it never left the ground.
It did.
Falling off the cliff doesn't count.
Yes, it does.
I'm still trying to get the scuff marks from out underneath the damn boat.
Look, we got all the blood off it. It's fine.
But
And we never got sued by the town.
I was more worried about the farmer who went
anyway.
his
One
field
here.
of sheep, which I believe you
We
turned.
ate the evidence. Well,
I
ate
know.
the evidence, I suppose.
Yes, you ate the evidence, and we now have a whole room dedicated to wool. Speaking of which, were you in there? Is that why we couldn't find you? Point.
Comfy.
Yeah, I mean,
Noise cancelling.
it's the comfiest place to sleep. Yeah, my
See?
bunk isn't that great.
You're welcome.
Uh,
Can anybody make any clothes out with that wool?
I don't know. Do we
I
have a
need it.
tailor?
I'll give it a shot.
Depending on if you want it inlaid into some armor, my eldest could probably do something with it. Don't give it to my second eldest, though. He's a tailor. Right weirdo, that one.
Tailors.
Gwen, do you have
the
my...
most wise person to give wool to? Wouldn't it?
No.
No?
No, if you ever want to get it back. Gwen, do you got my momentum shields?
Oh, absolutely. Here you go.
Aye,
See,
you got a
Alvina's
good laugh. I
eyes.
gotta...
Fixed on the...
Can I? What are momentum shields, Chris? Are they native to this world?
Yes.
Where
They
would have gone
are...
otherwise?
Yeah. Do you have proficiency in Arcana?
Uh huh.
Then go ahead and give me a... they're pretty common. Now, you got them shipped from... I'm just going to let you have this one since you have proficiency. Momentum shields are an arcane item. They are used using a bit of maroon and vermilion arcanite, the momentum and laser arcanites. And they're used to... anything that impacts them loses all momentum suddenly. You can pass through them without velocity, but the more velocity you apply, such as an explosion or a laser or gun, anything with high kinetic energy will immediately stop and its energy be distributed. Kind of like
It
jello.
wouldn't be. It wouldn't be reverberated back.
No, the energy is just
Modified?
dispersed.
It just
It's a vibranium shield.
Impact.
They could probably be modified, but remember, artificery is a lost art here, so finding
Yeah.
someone who would have the technical knowledge would be difficult. Unless
Zormir.
Zormir starts getting to...
Oh, yeah.
Well, Zormir's going to need to spend some downtime learning the new Arcanites.
Yeah.
They will have a massive advantage because they already have the school
Skills.
worth of knowledge on how to work with the base ones. They'll just need to kind of apply that in new and interesting ways.
Hey, Zormir, if I could get you... how many of those shields are there? That I'm staring at still.
As you look, Gwen appears to be handing over quite like a large handful. They are roughly palm-sized, probably like half palm size. So holding 6 is still quite like you have to use both hands or both whatever Gwen is doing to pass them over. I don't want to ask.
Oh, big hands, baby. Big hands.
But there are 6 of them, I believe Foldrin has.
Foldrin, what were those things that you used?
Oh, these. They took me quite the bargaining power to get them shipped from Bastion. Had to pull in a lot of favors, but the old man knows a few people, you know. These are momentum shields.
Yes. That seems
Oh, don't ask me
interesting.
how they work. All I know is that if you set them up, they stop things exploding past them.
I mean, What would it take to get one to study? I mean,
one to study, I
mean, if I can figure out how they work, I may be able to make more of them. I mean, I made my armor.
You made your armor, you silk.
Yes.
That's right. I haven't actually had a proper look at you. Where did you say you were from again?
A different version of Alterra.
Right.
Where I sort of pulled my rifle and hold it sort of flat across my chest. Where these still exist.
Gwen, you easily hear under your breath Fultrum just kind of mumbling. All right, then keep your secrets. Don't tell me.
Bruno!
Keep your secrets.
Right, yes, of course, yes. Probably from some sort of secret project from the Republic, no doubt.
Alvina just shouts out, I'm from this place, and she just names off I can't remember the name of the freaking forest that I'm from.
Alright, well, you apparently have some form of secret knowledge, I assume. Or at least you seem to be quite the technical one if you built that.
I built
How do you... Where's the
well.
seams? What?
Yes, I built this ship.
What?
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
He did. He's very proud of it. That's why he doesn't let most of us steer it.
Check. You have the gear on you, right? You have your artificer tools.
Yeah.
Actually, do you have your artificer tools in visible sight?
He has a gun.
Yeah, I've got the +1 artificer tool that allows me to make any tool for the job.
+1.
Your belt on.
Yeah. Go ahead and give me a persuasion at advantage since you have the outfit. It's all about appearances, right?
It does help.
It certainly does help.
You definitely gotta look the part.
Thank God you had advantage.
Yep.
As they're saying this, can the professor chime in with, they are from another settlement? Here to assist.
No, we're not, sod you.
Here to assist. And while I'm saying this, I'm looking behind me and casting message and saying, basically that I forget his name. The guy in charge said, "Don't tell people the true scope of the multiverse because it could cause panic." Kind of thing. Yeah, I said it to you first, and then
she
Zormir.
blatantly ignored it.
The point leans over and says, "I can't tell you where I'm from because I don't know where we are right now." And that's
We're in
it.
a cave.
Right. I don't know where exactly you're from, if you're from this other world or another settlement, but I do believe that you're telling me the truth when you say you built this, and I can see it in your eyes. You've definitely got a bit of knowledge back there. Well, me lads would love to pick up that knowledge. So how about an exchange? You teach us or show us around your technical workings, and I'll show you everything we've got here. Tit for tat, you hear?
That sounds acceptable. I mean, I'm proud of my work, and I would like to learn more. And this does give me an opportunity to study something new.
Well, this old dwarf's more than happy to pick up a new skill. I've still got a keen edge to my intellect, so you show me what you can, and I'll devour it like a glutton.
Says, I'm into.
Well,
but you had questions about these, right? These were the momentum shields. As I said, they what I do know is they use a bit of mostly maroon arcanite. So what seems to be most prevalent around the continent here, with a little bit of vermiconite. There's a whiz up at and kind of just looks to the professor, clearly checking if he has permission to mention Bastion's name. Do you give the nod?
Has it been mentioned to these? Has it been mentioned to these guys already by the guy in charge?
That bastion exists, yes. Not its location or anything, but that's not what he's asking permission for. Just kind of,
to
how
give the name. Have they heard the name already?
I believe so. Yes.
Alvina, I think it definitely has. I think
Yeah, it would have come up.
Yeah, then sure.
But it's more just a sign of he's checking. He clearly recognizes that you have authority from Bastion itself.
Level 4 security clearance.
There's a whiz up in Bastion who builds the things. Real knack with the lost arts, you know.
They got books.
Probably.
Oh, aye.
I mean, I would like to know how this works, holding up one of the vermilion orbs that I picked out with the eyes of the
Laser turrets, that water turrets.
the water turret
That almost killed you.
Yeah.
Oh, you got some raw, and I believe it was vermilion you had, right? Laser one.
Vermilion
turrets. Yeah. Oh, you got some vermilion there. Aye, that's what I'm saying. The little tips of these ones also have it. If you get yourself some maroon arcanite, you could probably maybe bring them to the Wiz up north. I mean, the Wiz and Bastion, and have him construct you something. If you're,
you know what I'm about to do.
As he says north, my head sort of clicks round at him, and my eye flashes red very quickly, like the Terminator. But then it's
sit there, full clearance. Leave me alone.
Level 4.
Well,
Alvina's literally gone. Would this work for it? And has taken out a palm full of red arcanite.
Oh.
As Aldrin just kind of stares, his eyes begin going wide as he recognizes what you're showing him.
Alvina, I told you not to show that off as much.
Where? And even the professor, you yourself would be. I believe this is the first time you're actually seeing such quantity of it from Alvina. Alvina's just produced a pure substance of arcanite, an incredibly rare and old substance in this new reality, worth quite a pretty penny just because it's much more versatile and usable as an arcanite form. It can incorporate a lot more magic items than the hybrid forms can.
You see,
before.
you hear like a little like wet slosh as Assassin gets out of the bag, pads around, and you just see them open their mouth and like these like jet black like shadow tentacles pop out and grab a little bit of the arcanite and scoop it up, and then just go spicy.
You have been eating it this whole time.
Yep, and I will continue to do so.
Yep.
Can I have another orange? I want to put some spice on it.
Sure. And I reach with the other hand around and get you an
orange.
And I like rub it on the skin of the orange and like bite into it like an apple.
Mulled wine. We can make mulled wine.
Yeah, pretty much. That's what I was thinking. Very chewy mulled wine.
Well, Folder's face drops in horror.
Yep.
Yes.
That was my reaction when I saw them also. Do not be alarmed.
Yes.
That stuff's worth so much.
They use it.
Yeah, they just kind of do that.
Yeah, they use it as spice.
I don't know, hold up like a half, like bitten into orange with the shadow tentacles out of their mouth, essentially like baby bird style, holding up like, you want some? You want some?
You see Foldering kind of considering, weighing up the pros and cons here.
You see the professor also doing that. Weighing up the pros and cons, considering.
Is Abigail standing next to us? Because she's definitely with the pair of us, just just sighing.
Yes, Abigail has come with you.
Abigail has regretted sticking with us this entire time, and will regret sticking with us.
She's been steered by Alvina.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, poor girl.
Oh.
Well, I'm afraid that is all we have time for. Allow me to get these level 4s out of your hair.
Oh, fuck you.
Oh.
I have a question for you. You haven't
Killed anyone?
killed Big Toe
yet.
by any chance?
Last time I saw him, he was like magicked.
Oh,
Okay.
what kind of magic?
He was held in place.
Ah, okay.
Oh, so you're doing the same tricks that you used on the point? Okay,
yeah.
that's okay. I mean,
Didn't shove
He's
him
not
off
dead
the
yet.
It didn't shove him off the side of an airship yet, though.
No.
you're not getting to do that.
Why not? It's fun.
Do you really want Big Toe on the airship?
Exactly.
Well, that's why I'm going to push him off the side.
It's in-flight entertainment.
Makes sense. But then we have to get him on the airship in the first place.
Oh, that can happen.
That I don't doubt.
Well, Alvina's still just holding, like, I guess, a half-full hand of Renakina as she's talking is, like, lost in thought now.
Yeah, you just again see the little shadow.
All I'm imagining is Assassin taking the segments out of the orange, dipping it in the Arcanite, and then eating it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're pretty much absolutely double dipping. Like,
Yeah,
no manners whatsoever.
Can I just attempt, if at all possible, to close Alvira's hand around the Arcanite and not shoo her away, but just sort of like move the group away from Foldren, please.
She's lost in thought. Shame.
You can attempt to.
Yeah.
By which I mean, I think you automatically fail.
Okay. If I automatically fail.
Alvina's going to
Alvina's strength.
resist.
And also, if you try to take Assassin's snacks, they will attack.
Don't take the snack or attack.
I will smack your tentacle tongue away from the priceless mineral that
They're
is...
You're literally trying to take like a bowl of food away from a very hungry dog. They will absolutely eat your face trying to do.
I'm going to say the professor still does this. Not.
When out of the corner of your eye, see like standing guard marauders and other settlement civilians just slowly etch away from this loud group.
I wouldn't do that.
More just like you guys are causing commotion, so people are steering clear of you.
Yeah, you can just hear like Assassin hissing essentially.
Cat.
Yeah, like pretty much like, but like wet. You can imagine that. Yeah.
The people here are not as forthcoming with knowledge as I am. They have not studied at great length the mysteries of the universe. If you tell them things that they do not believe, there will be uproar. They may rebel. You will cause chaos against the leaders of this area. They may see it as they may see it as their view, as their purview to take as much of this for themselves. There would be chaos. You must be
not really that
softly.
much. They can't really sell it anywhere.
Mostly, where are they gonna sell?
Yeah, there's a civilization. You're very much like in a like a frontier settlement.
Oh no, they're gonna sell it to their neighbor for 5 pounds of sugar.
It should be rationed.
Right.
The more people know about this, the more eyes you will have on you, the more people will attack you.
Really?
I'd like to see them try.
When Alvina's got a grin, we go,
I can take them, yeah.
Even this handful of Arcanite dust could get you murdered.
I'd like to see them try.
So if I show this stuff off, more people are gonna try and attack us.
I wouldn't.
I know where Wolfie's going with this, but the professor wouldn't pick up on it.
Yeah, Alvina's got a big grin on her face. So they
Alvina,
come at us with
you will all be in danger. These people will all be in danger. I will not allow that.
Alvina, please don't pick a fight with everyone. I know how much you like a scrap, but...
No. So they'd come after us. So because they know we're a threat, they'd have to come at us with special equipment.
Oh,
they would destroy this settlement first.
So they'd have loot.
Alvina, no.
And
I mean,
definitely,
technically,
Alvina, you should not start a commotion. Things like that could be distracting and allow people to escape. And we don't know who's in here. We don't know what kind of information they have or where they could take that. So definitely don't. And you just see one squid eye, like, triple blink, start a fight.
Yes. Let's
Got
look.
it.
Yeah.
Alvina's gonna wink. I'm actually gonna roll a dice to see if it's the eye that's closest to the professor or not.
The pointer
thing is,
scales
though-
down. And if you do, let me get down from this ship first, because I'd want in.
It
That
is.
or you-
It's the
you
one
do
closest to
the,
the professor. She goes, right, got it. And she winks with the eye that is closest to the professor and is very obvious.
So you're doing
even
the
with my
Rocket
20
Raccoon wink.
perception.
Mhm.
Right.
Insight. Do I really need to insight it?
Alvina's being her masterful deception.
Against Zarmir's
Not
insight.
deceptive enough.
But yes, we must go forward quietly.
What you rolled isn't even my modifier.
I know.
It is.
Well, it's just my
It's your
modifier.
modifier.
But there's literally no way that you could have found that.
They could have. I could have gotten. Yeah, I could have got a natural 20, and they could have gotten like a 1.
Uh-oh. Chris is rolling. Uh-oh.
I jumped
I just
out.
want to see if Abigail would buy it again.
Abigail, I want to.
Almost did.
I'd like to
Keep
get down the
keep
ship
this.
and
Abigail has been told that Alvina's not a master liar, though, by a few people.
walk up
Yeah,
to
well,
beside us and
Yeah.
yes, my little kobold fellow. You're not getting to leave so quickly. They have a reason for you being here. I'd like to stay on good terms with them.
They're mine now.
And Alvina seems to have adopted you anyway, so I don't think you're leaving anyway.
Well, as long as the food keeps coming and I'm comfy, I'll stay
Crouch
for a
down
bit.
and hold the bag open again.
Yeah, like Assassin's just giving Alvina like, so if we could get like some of that wool off the ship and you can just like line it inside of the bag, and just like for like comfy tips essentially as they're climbing into the bag, just being like, I'm not staying for long, but also you have
I want to
another
be
orange.
comfy.
I want to be comfy while I am.
Then put your review on TripAdvisor.
I love the concept that Alvina's got like, this massively, like, overly stretched backpack with a bunch of just random foodstuffs, dragon eggs, bits of loot, and it's gonna have like a small kobold home in it now.
if you could, perhaps, keep where you're from and the amount of Arcanite you have with you under wraps until we decide what happens next.
I haven't got any bandages, I'm sorry.
So I definitely shouldn't say I'm a spy for reflection then, huh? To people.
Why
in
would
the
you be a
face.
spy from a mirror?
If you admitted that, I would have to terminate your existence.
Here you would, buddy.
Why would you be a spy for a mirror? Mirrors see everything.
His jaw.
I just step out
their
of the
jaw
way
clicks
of
a
you
little
two.
bit.
Just,
Professor's jaw kind of clicks slightly.
I just you can like they don't have much expression to their face, but you can read sarcasm definitely in the face, despite the fact that it's very blank.
Yeah, it's a shit-eating grin, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
It's
yeah.
the squid equivalent of a shit-eating grin.
Yeah. Oh, I just pictured that. That's awful.
That's great. I have a great mental picture.
Oh.
I have a mental picture of a mind flayer doing a shit-eating grin. It's awesome.
Rubbing its tentacles together and going.
Tentacles in a star.
We will get you that wool. Alvina, is there something you can take out of your bag? Because if we're going to wool line your bag, you may need some more space.
Nah, I'll be fine. I'll just stitch another section to it again.
Again? You've done it before?
Yeah. What, you seriously think a normal backpack would be able to hold all this?
Oh, shit.
I mean, we can always use my bag.
No.
Oh, that's such a like. No, they're my pet noise.
Get your
It's my
own.
turn to play Nintendo. Get your own.
Point,
I meant for the stuff, not the kobold.
Definitely not.
That's fine.
This is my loot.
Point, you do remember
You
what
also would have. You also point.
I
You
stole his
since you
fair and
know
square.
Alvina, you'd known that somebody has possibly suggested that before, and she pulled their arms off.
You remember what she did.
That's why I made sure I'm a safe distance away.
She has a belt of giant strength. Remember?
You know what they did last time someone suggested they take the stuff.
I put my bag back on my side.
I want to hear this story. What happened?
I got one of her arms like this, and I hold Hazomi's arm.
No.
We're actually going to tear it off, don't worry.
I know, but if you...
And then what happened?
And then I grabbed their shoulder like this, and I moved my left arm like that, and their arm came off,
God,
and I beat them to death with it.
Let
It's
go!
fine, I didn't pull too far.
Ow!
You only dislocated it.
Do you know how to undislocate things?
Oh yeah, you do this, you grab them by the left arm like this, and you push.
Ow!
Yeah. Does anyone have? Actually, I'm you know what? I'm gonna roll for it. Hold on. Yeah, you all definitely have a passive perception above 2.
Yep.
Hey,
So,
you might have
you would all
relocated
see-
your arm.
You would all see a red blinking light on the professor's faceplate suddenly stop blinking.
Recorded
Fascinating.
dislocate and relocate somebody's arm.
Oh
Oh shit! I've just realised.
What?
Just realised something. I didn't put down the red Arcanite. Zomi is now covered in red Arcanite.
Zombies armor is really expensive now.
Spicy.
Yeah. Napalm chili flakes.
You see assassin like gag. You know that noise that cats make when they're about to cough up a
Coughing a
hairball?
furball.
Yeah. You hear that noise. And they're standing there like really giving the hoiking noise. And then out pop the like long sort of black dripping goo that seems to sort of plop into the floor. Like actually into it, dissolve, and then pop back out again as like a fully formed like little shadow octopus. Which then gets up and starts wandering towards Zormir to like.
So anyway, I start blasting it.
I just ain't right.
I'm blasting that fucking thing. It's gone immediately. If you're spitting out a black tendril creature in my fucking village, it is dead. Kaylee, come on,
Hey,
man.
do not! Leave
It's
them
gone.
alone!
It is
Come
gone.
on.
My Arcanite apparatus just opens up a can of whip-ass on this thing.
And Gwent steadily backs away from the group like, nope, 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 nope.
What? They're just a little guy? Look at them.
I cannot allow shadow demons in the place where there's a bunch of fucking civilians.
It looked like an octopus.
The squid will like dissolve into the ground and then like into Assassin's shadow and disappear again.
It looked like an octopus, not a demon.
Yeah, they're just a little guy. I don't know what you're talking about. You don't keep your pets in your throat. Weirdos.
I can't do
I
that.
can't say that I do.
They wouldn't survive, I'm afraid.
Oh. Well.
No, if I could.
I was about to make a really dark joke there, but I don't think Alvin would actually do that. So.
But yes, Mr. Bruce Shoulder, is your business with these folks concluded? can the doctor get to work on preparing his vehicle?
I've just met this Mr. Brewshoulder. I want to talk with him.
The idea of just him having watched all of that.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
Turn back towards him after blasting this shadow creature into nothingness.
His daughter fell over an armor rack again.
Probably Yuki's always doing that.
Is your business concluded, Mr. Brewshoulder?
We didn't even...
Aye. Didn't have any business.
I don't think we even got to begin business before you're saying it's concluded. I was making a deal with the fellow about studying.
Don't worry, we'll chat later. I gotta.
Yes.
I want all the lads and lass to be there too, if you don't mind. Easier way to disseminate the knowledge if my younglings happen to sit in.
I mean, you can help me with some of the minor repairs on the vessel.
Yeah, we can get all the scrap that you need. Get started work on it tomorrow. It's getting pretty late tonight. We're probably going to turn in the next couple hours. You might want to, if you're staying the night, you might want to set yourself up with Gar over at the huts. I'm sure you can find you some tent canvas above your head.
I mean,
is it water?
You need to sleep in water.
The tents are near the cavern river. I
just prefer it.
If you ask God, he's very accommodating. You know, he's always trying to make sure everyone in the settlement's comfortable, have all their needs met.
Yeah, just like the sound of running water.
Well, if you ask him, I'm sure he'll be able to accommodate.
There is a tent that does back on pretty much directly to water.
I'll leave you in the capable hands of the professor here. See how it wanders away.
So just before he wanders away, I will slip him a business card with mine.
Oh no, another business.
It just has all of the names, like the corner crossed out, the vertex crossed out, the mirror, the black zygons crossed out. The point.
So
you get
is it like
very confused look.
I like the idea that the Merida Black Star experience just has cease and desist stamped on top of it.
It's in bright purple letters, cease and desist, copyright order, etc.
Yeah.
It seems to almost glow with a holographic look, almost like the words itself are just hovering above the paper, almost like some form of magic that seems to somehow penetrate even through into an alternate universe.
It annoys the point that is the fanciest bit of this business card.
I believe that.
Nothing by halves.
You're reminding me of a freaking bounty hunter character I played who literally had... It was in Star Wars, where I literally had holographic business cards.
Oh.
That's all of Star Wars.
But the point, you get a very confused look from the dwarf who has no idea what the hell you've just handed him. And get the impression that business cards don't exist in the alternative universe.
Not really much businesses when...
If you want to do some learning, come to me.
Puts the business card away and gives you a nod, a confused nod, but a nod all the same.
The finger guns really sells it for me.
Shall we go get set up with somewhere to sleep for tonight?
Yes. You must all be exhausted. If your ship will not explode in the night.
No, definitely not. My repairs
I'm hungry.
Good. I do have a bag of groceries with me that I bought.
Ooh,
en route.
Can I have it?
No, these are my supplies.
Ah, okay.
Yes, with that, we're gonna call that the evening scene there.
These.
As eventually the party is thingied away over towards the huts, where you meet a... where is he?
He's both them sticks.
He's right in the top left corner.
Oh no, I got that. I was looking for my NPC notes so I could describe what Gar looks like as he accommodates you. For anyone who doesn't want to, who actually wants like the native experience and doesn't want to just sleep on their ship that is currently broken and half the walls are destroyed.
The professor definitely notices Albina trying to steal his bag of groceries.
Yes. Yes, I do.
Gar is responsible for water maintenance.
Just look at you. I only look at you. I say nothing.
And she doesn't stop. Just takes a bag of groceries and eats each
No,
piece.
I pull it away from you. I just don't say anything. Like when you hold something out of reach of a child.
Mm-hmm.
She'll continue following it.
Okay, yeah. Then I just shake my head. It grinds slightly as the metal moves in a direction it's not supposed to.
We can buy something,
All of you?
Alvina. Please leave him alone.
There you go. Slight retcon. It's actually Jade who's in charge of the huts. Gar's in charge of the river itself and the hydroponics.
Okay.
Or the river flow. So eventually, you guys are able to spend some time in the settlement, get barter for anything that you want at the central kind of canvas area that appears to have all the shops and crafts and everything else you might establish for like almost a settlement center. Why is there a strange background noise? Who's that? Gwent per usual. Damn you, Gwent. And your strange airflow. But you guys find that you have quite a decent amount of success bartering, given that you all have very strange items for anyone who's inclined to barter them away. And the native population here is thrilled and enthralled by whatever trinkets you want to pass away.
So
we do have quite a bit of money too.
So Alvina still has 2 uses of her spice pouch left before the end of the day.
You actually find that nobody is willing to accept your red Arcanite. They all seem to get very apprehensive about taking it.
They don't want to get killed over it.
Handed magic napalm, I can get that.
And if you do ask anyone why, or the professor can tell you if you ask them, you very quickly learn it's because Arcanite is one of the restricted supplies that immediately goes to the administrative central inside the settlement and is incorporated into essentially community defenses or projects, or it's apprehended for the betterment of the community rather than any individual.
Okay. I'll hand him like a clove of garlic or something then.
Yeah.
If you want, the professor does offer you, rather than roll for this, professor does offer you, if you give them the 2 uses of Arcanite left, so that they can possibly study them at a future date, they will give you some money / buy things for you.
I think we're good for money.
Yeah, you guys they still have coin.
I don't have too much coin, to be fair.
We have plenty of coin.
Yeah. Then I will trade you some knowledge.
Unless you can beat 100 platinum, 150.
Hell, do you have 100 platinum?
Because we found a lot of things that we've turned to gold.
Zormir found a loot stash inside of the cave that had been incorporated by the strange vine creature that had just been hoarding coin from other people that had died there.
What about that? I have 15 gold. That was my one.
So Zormir just got an entire loot hoard to themselves.
Which is currently with our little angry goblin. Because they've got the bag of holes in it.
Yeah, you handed me bits.
Yeah, and you think you're going to get that back.
Well, I've kept the monetary how much we have overall for our party. It's 100 platinum.
Yeah, I mean, even if you ask to get it, do you think you're going to get it back?
Albino basically go, I'll give you 1 of the Arcanite uses for enough supplies for like 10 people for a week, which you'll eat in a day.
And Assassin will lean over to Alvina, get them to like bend down, and like whisper, and your name, the title, the professor. And then leans back. Then put that in the deal.
Why do I need the title?
You're gonna give it to me.
Oh, okay. And the title.
Well, the title of professor cannot be bestowed unless you have extensive years of training in a particular field. I myself, and goes on a long rant.
I have trained.
A long ramble.
I have trained in this field, and she literally names off a farmer's field from her own world for a good year.
Yeah, it seems like they don't want it enough. Like, if they're not willing to give up what matters to them, seems like you just gotta keep the salt and give me it.
You should have attained that rank then. I name you an honorary professor in the field of Farmer's Field. I name you an honorary professor in the field of Farmer Maggot's crops.
Just giving that title away. You guys eventually make it to the huts where you're introduced to Jade, this kind of middle-aged female human with quite nice, well kept clothes. She's carrying a few parcels with her, with ruddy skin and blue eyes, wavy light brown hair that you're gonna see is decorated with like a crown almost of tight short braids on the top layer of her hair. She's got her sleeves rolled up, and as she speaks, you can tell that she's very well spoken in her mannerisms. As she eventually learns the situation, as I imagine the professor's just kind of taking lead on most of these introductions of these guys are level 4s, give them accommodations.
I mean, I'm gonna try, but as you saw, Chris, it didn't always work out, does it?
Yep.
Yeah.
The point is, she agrees to find accommodations for the party for anyone who needs them, and gets you situated up with some extra tents that they have unoccupied. To kind of give you a little home away from home. She asks if you need anything, rugs, additional fabrics, if there's anything that she can help make you feel more comfortable while you're staying at Salvage, especially as the professor kind of presses that you have quite an important status.
There's probably already a pre-written list that Assassin hands over that's like the all the blue M&Ms picked out levels of diva.
But you don't want them thrown away. You just want them in a separate bowl.
Yeah, you know, I only want the blue M&Ms.
And then as soon as you walk in, you pour them into the bowl with all the M&Ms and just look at her and just go, just because I could, remember this moment.
Yeah,
throw the M&Ms in her face.
Well, the reason why they do it is to actually make sure that people read their contracts efficiently.
Yeah.
So that means that they know that the stage is safe. So this is the equivalent of all my demands have been met.
I can't remember what brand it was, but there was one time where they walked in, saw that the thing wasn't right, and literally just walked out.
Yep, they know.
As you hand over this list, she asks you what the purpose of the list, and asks if you can explain it to her. Do you go into that the kind of monologue of like everything you want?
Yeah, pretty much is like the reasoning is because I want it.
As you do so, can you give me a charisma save?
Oh.
As she begins interrupting you, and almost very charismatically, this isn't magic, almost charismatic, you see that she's got this beautiful smile and has this kind of energy and aura about her where she's kind of just accepted her life and seems to be trying to find fulfillment in anything that she does. She almost starts to very almost carefully socially maneuver you into ideas such as, would it be more fun though if the colors mixed and they were beautiful? Could you imagine the contrast of them? And starts to kind of present ideas to the contradiction of what you want in such a way that they start to sound fun to yourself.
Is that a charisma check?
Sorry, charisma save.
Right.
Have I met Jade? Am I aware of her abilities?
She doesn't have an ability. She is just a very charming person. She has this naturally high on life energy where she's always doing something. She's very proactive. She believes very strongly that it's important to be full of love and to fill the world with beauty as much as you can, that you have to live every day as if you might die the next, because you genuinely might in this world. Assassin, though, you're holding this charm, and you have the option whether
you're a creature of pure hate. Wouldn't it be much better if you did it this way?
You have the option if you'd like to succumb to her suggestions or not.
I think Assassin would probably go to start of being like, would it be nice if you go and fucked yourself? Like levels of like ready to be like, absolutely not. I want what I want. But then sees like the joy that she's having and like actually like she genuinely seems happy with this. Like this is the things that she wants and the things that she can provide. And then Assassin will stand, like fold their arms, like tap their foot really impatiently for a second, and then look up at them and go, Provide me your most luxurious experience. Show me what you can do with the space. I want to see what it's like to live here 24/7. Set me up. Free
Get the
reign.
feng shui right.
Yeah, basically, like, I'm making you my personal assistant. You can set it up however you want. Make me like it, basically. So like with a small amount of compromise, but still being a spoiled shit.
As you give her this demand, she looks at you with these infectious beaming eyes as she does this wide smile, leans down towards you and just kind of strokes your head as she just very lovingly says, "I'll have it ready for you in the morning. Why don't you get a good night's sleep, okay?"
Like Assassin probably like looks up and for the first time like has nothing snarky to say and just like and then just goes, "Stop looking at me like that. It's disgusting. Good night." And just like, walks off.
Just with this kind of teasing tone to her voice, she calls after you, "You like water, right? Got just the thing," and then rushes off.
Like a big
Coming
pile
back,
of
or-
these
Why,
She's
Why
got to
is
be a
the-
spy.
why is the prisoner getting preferential treatment over us?
days. They asked first.
I know, but damn.
Haven't you heard the term shotgun before?
If you don't ask, you don't get, Zorimir.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ask.
Step up.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ask.
Who you want?
Can we just take her everywhere? Can we just take this this one everywhere?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Well,
sorry. I
they are
should have
not
said
leaving.
if you'd said, I would have written demands down for you too. But as I said,
I
you know, you
don't-
got to be your own gainer in this world. You have to take what you want.
I
Something
don't
has already
really
gone,
have.
by the way.
I don't really have
don't-
demands. I just
No,
looking
not
for.
that Assassin is saying like all this stuff about earning what you want, taking what you want, getting what you want. Meanwhile, telling someone else to go get them things.
Alvina's already gone, by the way, before this started. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna go ask her for what I want, and she just leaves.
Did Assassin have Donald Trump's The Art of the Deal amongst their horde? In that prologue episode somewhere. That's all the reading material they have. Ask other,
Oh,
tell other people to do it for you. Fail upwards. I can use this.
it's by a mind flayer called Morble Lump.
Mobile lumps.
Yeah,
That sounds like a
Morble Lump.
disease.
Oh, it does. But to be
Morble
fair,
lumps.
you know.
He's got
Mobile
mobile lumps. I'm sorry. He'll never recover.
It's terminal. We've got terminal marble lumps, America.
But anyone who seeks Jade out, you'll find her in the main tent, kind of organizing and taking queries of any of the rest of the villagers. She's more than happy to help accommodate any of your requests.
Yeah, Alvino basically just asked for a big pile of leaves. Your
I'll go-
softest leaves.
You cannot handle
The point
myself.
with open arms.
What are leaves?
So, I'm still getting around where we are, but do you guys have music?
Are you asking Jade
Music.
herself this,
I'm
or
asking Jade, or anyone who will listen.
absolute music? Oh, absolutely, we love music. You're a bard, right?
Could be said, yeah.
My father took me to see someone like you when I was younger. You're able to recount thousands of stories and songs. At least that's what we were told.
Are you any good at math?
I
Yes.
can do basic arithmetic, yeah.
Then yes, thousands, definitely thousands.
Wow, that's quite impressive. The children would love to hear any music if you're able to. We're kind of obviously because of where we are, kind of hidden away. We don't really get a lot of music. We have to mostly do with what we can produce ourselves, but it can quite discordant at times.
Well then,
It's going to be an acoustic
prepare
set
to be
then.
blown away. And I
God,
I set myself up on whatever kind of stage crate I can find, and just use repeated use of minor illusion to produce the closest thing to a full-on rock show I can.
These are little high rises, so these are tiered kind of cliffways here with little wooden ramps running down to the lower cave level. So setting yourself up kind of over in this area here, we probably get the best viewpoint of the areas of the settlement areas. But you're more than able to kind of find you're more than able to kind of drag crates over and set things up. And even before you start playing, a few onlookers start to kind of gather, recognizing, pretty much putting together what's about to happen, given your instrument.
I have a question. I have a question for the point.
Yeah.
I'm fairly sure 2 other people in the party at least can also use musical instruments. Do you want a lot of us to do it?
Mm-hmm.
And
I feel like
my faceplate opens up.
See if you can keep up.
I mean, fuck you, the bard, so he'll definitely be able to keep up.
Albina is an entertainer as well.
Okay. Well, see if you can keep up.
Yeah, but you were expecting Fukyu to also be a bard.
I can do the pyrotechnics.
Could I cast fly on myself, get to a bit of high ground, and then cast light on my essentially what's it called, the arc reactor in my chest, and have a spotlight going down?
Yeah.
And then I'll cast fog cloud on the stage that they're at.
I will also cast fairy fire just to give us that glow.
Oh no! Oh, that's so cursed. Yeah, I really want. Right. Okay. So.
Eyes and tattoos are glowing, so there's that as well.
I feel like assassins.
Talking lasers.
Their little their warlock tentacles to appear to do like sideshow dance essentially. So it's just like little wiggles of backup dancers, but they're just like clearly like pitch black. They look like they absorb all light, kind of just like blank void spaces, just wiggling in the background like cheerleaders.
Yeah, I got that.
Better roll a good performance check now.
Yep.
Advantage, natural 1 still.
Right,
so you've got a spotlight, you've got fairy fire in amongst a fog cloud, you've got backup dancers. What more do you want? You got this.
Okay.
Well, they've got this. Just a couple bards now. Everyone starts to gather, and as quickly as you start to set up, and even before you announce any sort of like your intentions or anything, you can see you're gathering crowds from the various areas around. And as you look around, it's actually really hard to tell what the time of day is here, but you can see that people are kind of diminishing lights around the settlement. These large kind of daylight lamps that give the cavern that kind of sense of maybe not bright day, but at least dim morning. And now they're kind of settling them down into this soft nightly glow, kind of bringing down the ambience of the entire cavern around from this dim morning into this almost near twilight. Kind of giving that sense of it's carrying into evening, getting into night. It seems very important to them to kind of mimic that flow of day even while underground. And as you're starting to get a crowd, there's this excited buzz, electric energy kind of settling underneath you in the audience before you, with anticipation and expectation, with there's faces, excited children with massive grins and kind of bubbling energy, and even kind of older individuals kind of just scratching their chin with a ponderous look at you, curious about what's about to happen, as no one's ever seen you before. Nobody knows what to expect. Even the setup you're going for and all this dramatic effects they've never seen before, because of how much magic is involved right now and how rare that actually is. But how would you like to begin the point? I assume you're kind of leading this with Fukyu kind of joining in with who else had the instruments?
Fuck you and Alvira, I think.
Alvina also. Yeah. She has a
okay, so you have like kind of the point taking point.
Yeah.
and Fukyu and Alvina on either side with a kind of shadow.
Longest fucking time ago in a town called Kickapoo.
Okay.
See, I was thinking another Tenacious D song, but
Tribute or
it's
Wonder Boy.
interesting. We
but
both
more
thought that.
importantly,
The point will start, hello, and then realise he doesn't actually know what this place is called.
Hello,
Hello, here. Are you ready to rock? And then he'll spin
they
up
all
his...
glance at each other, not quite sure what to do.
Alvina will just nod, and she's literally like glowing headlight eyes, just nodding at the audience.
One little girl calls out, "Yeah!"
Finger gun towards that kid.
Yeah, fingers on that kid. If we're about to long rest, I give that kid bardic inspiration. And I haven't prepared any songs, so I play the best opening song in my repertoire.
I've heard you play before, so it's something that all three of us know.
This is the greatest and best song that you
in the world,
because you've never heard anything else.
On my end, Western music is playing because of my background music for the stream. So
Oh yeah, we've got Fredboat. We can actually do
we can
copyright
actually do music now if you
Yeah,
can
we
find
have to
something
do
that
music
won't
again.
get us sued.
Oh, well, we can do that for next time.
Yeah.
If only we'd planned this in advance. From my vantage point on top of crates shining my spotlight, I just casting light on rocks and stuff and throwing them into the audience. Not heavy, like fluorescent. You know the glow stick.
Here's somebody grumble.
Glow stick kind of things. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just throwing
rock.
rocks at me.
I mean, glowing rocks are usually radioactive, so.
Gonna cast it on a big box of confetti then, and the light
Yeah.
disappears. There you
Something
go.
non-lethal. Pigeons.
Non-believers.
Pigeons at the audience.
Non-believers.
Yes, you bring in strumming the beginning chords of your song. Begin to kind of the audience quiets, just waiting expectantly as to what's happened, unsure. There's a nervousness to the excited energy. As the point lead us the way, let's go ahead and give me a performance check. And with since the environment is really helping you here get people into the mood, go ahead and have an advantage on that performance check.
Okay. How'd you do that in Roll20?
If you have depends if you have D&D Beyond or Roll20.
I'll just
For
roll
D&D
twice
Beyond.
and take the... I've got on D&D Beyond.
21. I was actually
21.
19 and 21. Yeah. I rolled very
as
bad
you
with my stats.
as you
I was
begin
surprised it only
strumming
was 6.
away, I mean, fair. It just means they probably don't have expertise in it yet. As you've been strumming away, you can already see the crowd being kind of sucked into the warming vacuum of your song. With a 21, the ambience begins to kind of get more excited, more hyperactive, more kind of going into it. What style of song are you playing? What's the rough atmosphere we're going for here?
Hype, yeah.
Yeah,
Hype
that's
style.
hype, right?
We're doing
Rock
rock ballad, we're doing pop, we're doing country. What are we doing?
Baby metal.
We're doing rock.
I was just gonna say baby metal.
It's got to be a ballad.
Rock bordering on pop punk. But yeah.
Yeah.
Rock
I
bordering
can
on
believe
pop
that.
punk.
I can buy that with us 3.
Yep, you begin strumming away, and we get into the main chorus now, and the energy is going through the roof as everyone is excited. And as you come out of that initial opening, Alvina and Fukyu, I want you both to also give me performance check at advantage as you come in, and depending on how you roll here, the atmosphere is going to go through the roof.
It'd be fine if I roll instrument check.
Yep, that's fine.
It's Fat Lit by Sum 41.
Come on,
God.
roll okay. 10, average.
Fukyu really comes in, really emphasizes the main chords
Flute
of
solo.
the performance. Alvina coming in with the lute, really helping with that additional background tone.
Yeah, no one minds the bassist anyway.
Nobody minds the bass.
More or less is the bassist.
Who's making up the numbers?
As the song starts becoming hype, and you can see that people are really starting to nod and move their body, animating around at the caverns. You can see the children kind of jumping up and down already, all of them having pushed themselves to the front of the audience. As you now have this weird tiered audience height cup going on now, with all the children at the front and then all the teens kind of in the middle, all the adults standing at the back.
It's Teresa's now. It's
you start to
metal.
worry about a child mosh pit forming in front of you.
Mosh pit.
Really want a mosh pit.
Do I start worrying or do I start thinking?
Encouraging the mosh pit.
Yeah. Big toes in amongst it.
Big toes
No,
amongst it,
big
trying
toe-
to get onto the stage to kill fuck you.
Yeah.
If he is actually there and does try to get up, I am going to punt him off the stage, by the way.
Oh, the crowd carries him away.
Yeah, exactly.
But the song goes on for some time, and the performance goes on for however long you'd like. I assume an average performance length.
Yeah.
As you can see the villagers are really getting into it. And you can even see that people are starting to show up now from further aloft the caverns. It looks like you're drawing a crowd and potentially even drawing the entire cavern settlement towards you now, as your song is most likely carrying through the open space of the cavern far beyond. There are a few walls here and there you can see on the map, but for the most part the cavern is pretty open, so the song is really carrying now. As you get into those very deep bass tones and very deep lute tones.
Welcome,
as you come.
Welcome to the cave. We have on stage.
Welcome to the cave.
We have, and it just says the names of the three, but instead of fuck you, it's just censor noise. Really loud.
It's
Yeah.
Alvina
Mike-
point and
Mic feedback.
stop.
I did that on the stream there now. Just beep.
You did.
It's got a censor button on the.
I know there is. That's why.
As you come
Ideal.
to the climax of the performance, you can see the audience is really energized, and but the children practically destroying each other. The adult.
What?
We haven't started a child mosh pit.
Battle Child Mosh Pit is definitely my favorite anime arc / pop punk band. You know, it's one or the other.
As you get to the height of the frenzy, the point you lead us towards the end, as I need another I would say performance, but if you want to go with any other flavor, I'm open to suggestions. With advantage.
Anything else?
Athletics for a stage dive.
If you want to like throw yourself to the audience,
power slides.
The audience, if you like.
Oh, the point would absolutely throw themselves at the audience.
Can I throw you into the audience instead? It'd be funnier.
I'll take it.
I'm good with either. With you being
Persuasion
thrown, I
check,
will
sure.
allow this.
Trust me.
I don't know, they're a natural bard. I will allow
Don't let me
either
out.
the athletic or acrobatic
I am
the elf.
performance check
But nobody touches the dwarf.
with advantage.
elf.
Don't tell the elf. I am the elf.
I just realised
No, I
this
meant
as
the
you
black star. Yeah.
I'll take an acrobatics.
Oh, I wanted to throw you. with
It's
my-
an advantage. Oh, to be fair, the throwing was for the acrobatics. Athletics would be them jumping. Acrobatics is them landing on the crowd properly
Yeah.
Oh,
and not
11.
just diving.
was that
But no,
advantage with the throw?
It has advantage.
Okay.
Yeah, that's better.
Boom!
So
Well, this one you might
you
just be
throw him
yeeted
into
out of the
back wall, yeah.
Holy
Nope,
shit.
wrong slash.
Alvina's a strong girl, okay?
Yep.
9. 11.
You're gonna
Oh,
die.
incoming!
You're gonna die.
I missed the crowd.
An 11 is
Okay.
still successful. But
Yeah.
with,
Professor
okay,
Slipknot
okay.
means
With an 11, halfway through this arc, I'm probably going to realise it's going bad. I'm going to cast Fedfall on myself and just
nice.
gently float down.
As Alvina has launched you far too high,
The
you've
beach
definitely
ball.
cleared the child mosh pit at least, so you don't have to worry about that.
You've definitely cleared the child mosh pit. D&D.
But you are
version
getting
of
the
Fire.
kids.
You're getting very dangerously close to that wall as you become more of a projectile than jumping into the audience. But with your feather fall, your momentum slows as you begin to fall into the adult-sized portion of the audience. And they eventually, with your lightened weight, they catch you and begin. There seems to be almost an intuition to what to do as they start to kind of pass you back through the audience as you vanish from sight to the rest of your party.
The best bit is the spell Featherfall doesn't end until you touch the ground, so you're basically as light as a beach ball, and they're just batting you through the crowd now.
That means you actually don't squash any children when you go to the Chow Mosh Pit.
It lasts until you touch the ground.
In that case, I'm definitely making it seem like I'm leaping from person to person intentionally.
Yep, nice, okay. As you do so with this final thematics, eventually the performance comes to an end and this energy is kind of dissipated among smiling faces as the audience eventually starts to disperse. There will of course be clamoring children demanding your autographs. Not quite sure what an autograph is, but they seem to be throwing things at you and saying, hey, can you put your mark on this?
I can't read, but
I am more than happy to do that.
I love that you've invented fandom in a small, tiny, random cave.
Blackstar would be proud.
Yeah, somewhere across the multiverse on a university campus, there's an elf woman with a lightning bolt scar just going, okay.
Sense a disturbance.
All right then, I sense you there, Watcher.
But you have successfully completed this was effectively skill challenge, and you have enamored yourself to the citizens of Salvos, and each participant in the performance, which I'm pretty sure is all of you, or at least who you're all seen with this figure, will gain advantage on any charisma checks to interact with the civilians. For the foreseeable future, as much as living memory and the momentum carries it.
Yeah, just wait until they launch the nuclear attack on us, and it's like, oh no.
The charisma check.
They'll feel bad about it.
Save us.
Titan Guts, right?
You are in Salvage.
Salvos, okay.
Titan Guts is the bigger, wider area. Salvage is the actual settlement.
If you forget, think of like the guts of a Titan or something.
Well, they don't have a problem with Titan Guts. Think of the fact that they salvage here, so they've named the outpost Salvage because it's
totally
a static outpost.
I was just writing that down because I will forget.
Well, you looked like you had fun out there.
Yeah, it was great fun.
You should join us sometimes.
I mean, I have a horn, but I don't know particularly how well to play it. Because I do have a musical instrument as well, apparently, in my inventory.
We are going to invent Scar.
Guys, have you thought about abandoning?
If there's one thing an alternate universe needs, it's Scar.
Have we thought about abandoning this whole, like, saving the universe or going back home? And have we thought about just banned an alternative reality?
Yeah.
Build your own ska band.
Maybe have you thought about freeing the multiverse through music?
With the power of music. We're just an idol anime.
Have we turned into Jam or something now?
No, Jam's the guy with the dragon obsession.
No, I mean Jam as in the 80s.
Jam. Yeah, the cartoon TV show.
All that happened then was playing in my head was God gave rock and roll to you.
Yeah.
Yep. It was an excellent show.
Mine was Battle Metal.
I was just imagining every anime concert episode.
I was just imagining the ending of Zombieland Saga. If anyone's watched that anime, you know where the stage collapses? That's what I was imagining.
Yes. It was all of our collective imaginations of every concert we've ever seen on media. Perfect. There we go.
We've just developed download for the cave, so we now have cave load.
No, we have to call it something different. It's upload.
Cave load.
Upload.
Abler.
Shed loads.
Shed load.
Shed load.
We got a shed load of music down here.
Oh, that's so good.
That's a good one.
And the best part is, I recorded it all. Oh no, wait! I forgot to press the button. No.
No.
Just Assassin being like, no one will ever believe this happened.
So I imagine my weird instrument acts a bit like a synth, that I can like record loops into it and play over the top.
Ooh, that's
I've got that.
If
Why do I
Zormir
feel-
had been playing around with it, probably would do, yeah.
I do.
No, I made this myself.
It is good that you performed the point.
Why do I feel like Assassin is going to be their manager?
He's like Alvina's manager.
Oh yeah,
Good
but
basis.
Assassin is gonna be the agent that turns up with like the sunglasses and ridiculous coat and be like, "You were great, like you did so well," and they just weren't even there.
Talent
Like,
spotter.
yeah, I'm gonna make you a star. I'm already a star. I'm gonna make you an even bigger star.
Gonna make it the biggest star, you see.
Everyone's like, I used to be a black star.
The people who actually glow.
Wait, I got it.
But yes, thank you for performing that for the people of the settlement. The point. It has been a long time since the children, especially, have experienced anything but war. And while this is a peaceful settlement,
They were at war with each other. They are.
And for you,
I definitely see some like 8-year-old boys moving away with bloody noses.
Missing teeth.
They would have definitely gotten head. Any of them that seemed to be particularly vicious in the fight would definitely have gotten head pats from Alvina when they got asked for autographs. Or picked up onto her shoulders. One of the two.
I just like the idea that Alvina's signature is just like a smear of blood, just like a thumb of blood.
Bloody handprint.
It's like a thumbs up, but the thumbprint is like how you sign it.
And it's always someone else's blood somehow.
Yeah, it's a different person's blood. She just decks them full on and then just uses that blood. Not actually punching children, don't worry.
We do not recommend punching a child, even if we want.
I mean, it depends. If they're really no,
No, never.
no,
never.
absolutely
That's
not.
bad.
I'm definitely
Yep.
not nodding right now.
Is it the main?
Yep.
What would you do if there's a child in front of you?
Kick the baby.
Depends.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
So do I. I played the South Park game recently, which is actually a move.
Oh.
So long rest?
Yeah.
Or does anyone want to do anything else?
I'd
no,
like
you
to
guys
do
all get
one
long rest.
thing just once everyone else has gone to sleep.
Cool.
If
Oh,
possible.
actually, yeah, Alvina has something planned as well. Actually, I've just remembered.
Yeah,
I forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me.
Oh. Fuck you, we need to go buy some groceries for this adventure as well.
The professor will. Do I have my own tent, or did the warder say that I should stick close to these?
You wouldn't have your own tent in Salvos. This would just be a stopping point for you. You wouldn't really spend a lot of time here.
I should probably get
You're
my own
slumming
tent.
it with the rest of us. Unless you spoke to Jade.
Yeah,
Like,
guess
like
I
she would give you your own tent to sleep in. You wouldn't have a permanent residence here, is what I meant.
Yeah, that's fine. Cool.
You could have privacy, yeah.
Okay.
As much as privacy you can get with just thin tent walls
Through a tent.
and canvas between you.
Cool.
I will go.
After,
I want to go to fuck you and have a conversation with them.
after Alvina's 4-hour long rest, because elf, she'll do something, essentially.
Okay, so it seems like a couple people want to do some like nighttime final thing. So we'll do we'll order. We'll do Alvina last then, since yours doing it's after a rest.
Yep.
Let's just do a quick pass then of what everyone's doing. Zormir, fuck you, since you're both next on my list.
Yep.
Zormir, take us away.
We all that money we seem to acquire from our little excursion into Cross and Bones Tower. I believe we should maybe supply up a bit here if we can. I don't know what they have, but be a good opportunity to maybe get enough food and other supplies. What do you say? Since you seem to be holding on to the money now.
Oh yeah, you gave that to me, didn't you?
Yes.
I definitely know where I put it.
I know how much is in there.
Alvina would definitely know where you put it.
As Fuck You reaches in to his bag of holding, he and pull out the money. He's gonna press to digitate the bag.
Mm-hmm.
Just to make it damp. Just continually damp.
Oh, nasty.
Why is your bag so wet?
It's not wet, it's damp.
Well, why is it damp? Oh, please don't say that Big Toe pissed in your bag to get you back.
What?
Please say that Big Toe didn't pee in your bag to get you back for...
Oh, no. He didn't even touch me.
It's just the ice melting.
I'm also going to have a quick 5-second break to go refill water and stuff while you guys are doing this.
You put the kettle on.
Yes.
But a general supply run would not be a bad thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the point. The professor's going to hand Alvina like 10 days worth of supplies for the entire party, isn't he?
I mean,
yeah.
I suppose
yeah,
you
that's
eat.
That's what Alvina just bargained for, really.
I suppose we can get, if Alvina's bosses her own food, we can get our own as well.
It's just for today.
And maybe if your performers there, you can maybe convince them to get us a bit of a discount.
Yeah, I just realised that's actually one of my abilities, by the way.
What's that?
I can genuinely barter for food by performing.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do by doing this.
Yeah, it's by popular demand. I just realised I can actually get supplies like that as well. High five to the 2 people who picked entertainer.
Hey.
I think I might have.
Did you as well?
All 3
No, I didn't. I took criminal.
Criminal buffer.
That tracks.
Yeah, there are only two bard types. Entertainer and criminal.
Charlatan?
That's basically just a criminal.
It is. It's just a con
criminal
man.
with extra steps.
That's a fancy word for criminal.
With
yeah.
It's a criminal. It's a criminal with an extra bit.
Criminal with extra steps.
Alright, I'm back. What did I miss?
Criminal with extra steps.
Definitions of
2 types of bard.
Bards are only criminals or entertainers.
Black stars all of the above.
Did Zormir conclude their conversation yet, or?
Yeah, we were just talking about
we finished
supplies.
before you went away. Yeah,
that was it.
No, that's why I was asking.
Yeah,
Do you need more
we're
time or
just
not?
vibing.
We didn't go into details of what kind of supplies, but just general supplies.
We also realised that I have the ability to perform for free food, essentially. Apparently.
Yeah, part of the entertainment background.
Did you want to do anything before sleep?
Yes, Gwent's going to sneak out to pick up just 2 items from the market, but one will be hidden and the other one you'll see in the morning when you wake up.
Okay.
And are you bartering for these items, buying these items, or stealing these items?
I have money, so I will pay for them.
Okay, so you got them to grab like the last stalls that are closing down for them.
Yeah, they're not expensive items.
Yeah, that's fine. You do that. Lou, what about yourself? Is there anything you want to do before sleep? Knowing that the last time you went to sleep, you got a meeting with Elder Control.
I'm thinking about going to the shop and swapping my... And Bob's going to be disappointed by this. Trading my wand of wondering for something.
Oh, because I'm experimenting on Lou in future, could I have stuck close to him and asked, since you're traveling there, could I offer you something in exchange for that instead?
Well, you can try. See what we've got to offer.
What have you got?
You can
What are you
certainly
buying? What are
try.
you selling?
On our way, I just sort of strike it up and, oh yeah, what are you selling, kind of thing. And is the wand, because I love a bit of chaos. I've got the museum
I like to
apparatus.
imagine Lou's just like
It's unused.
it's just sneaking
It's
out towards the
pristine.
shop, and then the professor just kind of shows up right next to them, having like quickly sped up to catch up with Lou and
Yes.
striking up a conversation.
Put the boosters on.
Yep.
Fair.
My fly activates. I notice you're what, a rogue, a ranger? No, you're a warlock.
Warlock.
You're rogue, ranger, none of the above. Not even close.
Sorry.
He's the cult member.
Excuse me for thinking that Neil would play the same character he always plays in a rogue or a ranger. Okay. Yeah. You mentioned that you were constantly losing your things. Your rope was broken.
Oh yeah.
It was used to
You've got 10
acquire
feet.
some items and it got damaged.
You've got 10 feet left.
May I see your rope?
I pull out the remaining 10 feet of my rope and show it to the professor.
That is disappointing.
What was it singed at the end? I'm trying to remember what the last damage was.
And cut and I think and melted.
I thought it was thingied over the edge of a cliff, so it was like snapped. It's frayed, isn't it?
No, that was Alvina's.
Okay.
We've lost a lot of rope.
I examine it and I press a button on my shoulder, and you hear just a cutting sound because I can't make it because I don't have a tongue. Otherwise, it would just sound like a buzzing. And I reach into my own sort of backpack and I pull out a sort of shimmering. It looks like it's like the sort of carbon metal rope. It looks handmade almost, but it's light as a feather as I hand it over to you. And I bring out a small dagger and I slash all the way through the entire thing. And then I wave my hands. I sort of move my hands across it, and it's magically fixed again. I will give you this repairing rope for your wand, if you wish.
10 feet of self-repairing rope.
I can throw in other things as well.
Wait,
as long as you.
Mending?
No, it's a rope of mending.
Oh, you actually have a rope of mending?
Yeah. I will also throw in a few other things if you promise to use them to further our studies. This cloak will cause you to become rock-like and even look like a statue.
Ooh,
it will allow you.
Of my cloak of protection. Ooh.
If you have a cloak of protection, then I would not have you part with that.
You're literally trying to hand over an elven cloak.
I do also have this wand of conducting, and I point it off into the darkness, and just a fanfare sounds. Dun, 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 dun.
Ah, yes, good for a distraction.
That may have woken people up.
Stop doing that noise! And something very heavy is just thrown through the air, which you definitely would have seen from the Alvina's tent. Like a table or something.
A person.
Abigail just screams as she sails through the air.
Assassin goes flying towards and then scuttles back.
Child wanting an autograph. But yes, if you wish, I can trade you this self-mending rope and or this wand of distractions for your wand. I wish to study it if it contains yet more arcanite. which I imagine, Chris, the Wand of Wonder, because it produces such a bunch of different effects, it might contain trace amounts of different Arcanite, wouldn't it? Just even trace amounts.
We'd have traces of white Arcanite.
That's, yeah, cool.
Which is actually useful to you, because it's what you use to make green.
Would it not be like a combination Arcanite in this world, which has like the similar effect?
Sorry, I missed that last thing you said, Chris. It creates a what effect?
White Arcanite would be useful for you because it makes rings of storing.
Rings of storing. Yes. So that could be...
Just because your character has an interest in that.
Yeah. Would you wish it?
All 3 for the one? That's not a bad deal.
Actually, yes. I will take the 3 items for the Wand of Wonder.
It's a rope of mending and a wand of conducting. You already have a cloak, so it wouldn't make sense really to give you another cloak.
I'm going to trade the cloak for something else.
Yeah, but Albert will take the cloak. Someone else will take the cloak.
I don't know, Matt. This has got white Arcanite in it. It's pretty expensive here.
Why do you think it's a good deal? For us.
Up to you.
Yeah, as I say, I'll take the 3 items for the Wand of Wonder.
I think the ball's back on your table there, James.
I will give you 2 now and assist you in removing yourself from your pact with the ancient evil creature inside you.
I feel like you're gonna do that anyway.
Yeah, but they don't know that I'm bluffing, do they?
He does. I think he understands how his pact works.
Yeah.
Probably better than you do.
Yeah, probably. It's a bit weird in this world, but he understands what a pact is.
Alright, what's the conclusion?
3 items are...
I'll give you some green slad slime, which gives you lightning resistance instead, if you want. I'd rather hold on to it. It's the only cloak I have. So I'd rather hold on to it.
I'll take this slime for the lightning resistant then.
Cool.
With the rope.
And the
baton of distraction. You know?
The wand of conducting. That's a wrench to give you that. I really wanted that.
It's a good item.
But I wanted your wand of wonder more.
It's actually an item, is it?
Don't worry. If Neil dies, you can just pick it up their corpse.
No, I'll never do that.
I'll have lured him before that.
Nah, not the So it's a rope of mending and a wand of wonder, and those are both common items.
And
the wand of wonder.
Sorry,
I'm giving you
wand of conducting.
The one he's got.
Cool. Yeah. So wonder for conducting slime and repairing rope. You guys fine with that? So we can move on to the next scene.
Yep. Yeah. I rub my hands together.
Yep.
Ha 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 ha. I mean, thank you for this totally fair trade. Yes.
Yes, I'd hand the Wand of Wonder over and collect everything.
Yep.
So the green slime is a primordial item, which at one point I'll eventually get around to updating D&D Beyond with all these new items. There's the effect. It's good for 1 minute as an action. You can apply the slime to your body or armor, and you gain resistance to lightning damage for that minute.
Cool.
Yep. Pretty cool.
Yeah, so there you go. If you ever know you're going against something with lightning powers, you can slap that bad boy on your armor.
So what's it called? Slime of...
it's green slad slime.
It's a pretty cool slime. I've still got a couple of them.
It's a handy one, yeah.
Yeah. Essentially one combat, given that most combats don't last a minute. Alright, let's move on then to Assassin. Do you want to do anything else, given that we already potentially a scene for you?
Nah, I'm probably just gonna like piss about until my bed's ready. Probably trying to wander to like really close to the edges of the cave. See, like if I was to make a break for it, like where would be the best way to go? Just like going around and being like, oh yeah, I'm just doing a sight, just like I just every single time just like a set of people just gently shooing me out of a zone I'm not supposed to be in, sort of vibe.
Yeah. 100%, I would station myself near where you guys' tents were. So it would appear like I'm watching.
I just think it'd either be Zormir keeping an eye on, or Alvina going, "No, come back."
Yeah, pretty much. Just Assassin like looking and being like, "Oh, that looks like a great spot," and then Alvina just sort of picking them up and being like, "Hey, we should go look at this," and just like Assassin being like, "No."
Yeah, pretty much.
One of those extendable leashes.
No, she just run over. Alvina's like almost twice as fast.
Yep.
Ali, do you wanna do anything for the point?
Yeah. Sorry, I don't need to be in character voice for this. So I'm going to specifically wait for fuck you to go to bed.
Oh.
And then once fuck you is in bed, I'm going to sneak into their tent, take out my alchemy jug, and if they've taken their shoes off or even have shoes, pour mayonnaise into their shoes. Or if they don't have that, just pour mayonnaise all over them.
On their feet.
Yeah.
Okay, I feel it's definitely require a skill contest here. What's fuck you's passive perception?
Passive
It's while asleep, though. They specifically
13.
said while they're asleep.
Yeah.
-5 while you're asleep.
It's
Yeah.
-5.
So in that case, it would be 8.
Would be 8. Okay. So there's definitely a chance you could succeed here. And this isn't a hostile tent, so nothing like alert or sort of warning or anything will proc. I don't actually think you have one, but I gotta always
I've not got one.
double check. All right, give me a stealth check then. The point.
Okay.
Gotta earn your pranks.
Okay, there you go.
Yes.
Yep, you stealth in. There's gonna be some mayo everywhere in the morning.
Oh no! Fuck you's gonna find Big Toe and blame them for it.
Yup.
He decided that you didn't think I was there because you annoyed me enough for me to disappear, so revenge.
Love it. You sneak back out and you're home scot free. All right. That brings us back to Alvina.
Yeah. So Alvina, when she's done, because she has a shorter long rest than anyone that's not the professor, essentially.
Yep. Well, essentially, flash forward 4 hours. Everyone's gone to bed, and if they want their long rest, they've gone to bed.
Yeah. Yeah, Alvina would have meditated for it and then essentially got up, and she's gonna have a wander around, and she's specifically gonna go to the dragon head thing again.
All right.
And she's going to basically do a full. She's gonna like find some. Either something that can be drawn on and some implement that can be used to draw, and she's going to make a full image of the dragon head to keep with her.
All right, so like a charcoal or something.
Yeah, like full detail of all of the head, essentially.
Yeah, that should be easy enough to do, even as you're kind of traveling. If you go north through the more kind of numerous tent segment over here, you can easily find that there's just kind of charcoal or chalk lying about, as art definitely seems to be one of the kind of passing times. You can see colored chalk. It looks like the children like to draw on the cave walls everywhere. And you make your way into what is, I believe it's Savior's Rest. Yeah. Essentially the kind of ceremonial area and the kind of graveyard they have here. You pass by the large, and as you get a look at them, you recognize them as they appear to be some form of diluted twisted silver pylons rising up into the air, almost like a miniature power line. Embedded in it, just kind of scattered here. That's what these little T shapes are on the map, kind of just scattered around the place, diving into the ground itself, almost like giant totem poles of slightly psychedelic metal.
Okay.
And you're able to kind of go past, being careful, obviously, of the grave plates in the ground and make your way. You can see there's still, even at night, there's one or two people kind of kept to the shadows, kind of maybe mourning or spending the night by a grave. But it's pretty desolate. It's not completely empty, but it's still incredibly quiet as you make your way to the artifact in the center of the dragon skull. And yeah, you're able to kind of just whittle away for however long you want. I have no idea what your art skill level, so I'll leave that up to you and how long it takes you to make a decent copy.
I think she's not the worst at it. She's like okay, but she'll spend a lot of time on it essentially. So.
And are you just capturing the dragon's head itself, or are you capturing the 6 statues around it of these various heroes?
It'd be specifically the dragon. She would go and look at the hero statues after she's done, but she wants it'd be a very detailed drawing of the black dragon head, which I believe it was.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do so. You spend your time doing that, and you successfully get a very lovely drawing out of it.
Yeah. So she wanted. And yeah, she'll go and look at the statues as well and just read, like, if there's any nameplates and things on them, which I assume there probably is, if it's heroes.
There are, but that's not fleshed out yet, so...
Heroes' names, I'll just put...
there'll be heroes' names on here, until Chris gets around to working out the background hero lore.
Yeah.
But, yeah, you return back to the campsite after a while. And do you wait out until the rest of the morning, or is there anything else you'd like to do before people start getting up?
You'd probably just work out, honestly. So then pass the time, practice dancing a bit.
About maybe an hour before what you reckon is probably getting close to day rise. It's obviously hard to tell. Even while you were out in the overworld, it was never like bright day. It was always at max this kind of dim light morning.
Yeah.
As you've noticed, it appears that the skylight of Thora that kind of normally works in Alterra appears to be kind of broken here, much lighter here, almost dispersed. So there doesn't ever seem to be a bright day, only ever this kind of light blue that you can still see the shattered plains beyond all times during the day. But just an hour before dawn, you can hear somebody moving about outside the tents, and if you take a peek out, you actually notice it's Jade, kind of gathering a bunch of stuff up, a bunch of parcels and stuff, and kind of making her way through the camps down south. If you'd like to interact at all.
Yeah, to follow, go. Good morning.
Oh, hi there. Sorry to be in imposition, but could you take 2 or 3 of these?
Sure.
Can I see her? She's juggling with a number of just kind of buckets and what appears to be some form of canvas that seems to be kind of sealed together into some sort of like ring-like shape. She seems to have a number of those kind of just up her arms. Again, you can see her sleeves are rolled up. She seems to be carrying almost a dozen of these canvas circles or donut shapes in her upper arm, along with a number of other boxes and stuff.
Oh, how many do you need carrying?
Oh, if you could take this, as she kind of shuffles some of the boxes over her other arms towards her, kind of allowing her to more kind of support the weight of her left arm that has all these canvas circles on them.
She's gonna like just casually pick up pretty much everything without any effort at all.
Do you mean reams of canvas?
She's a canvas, huh?
No, I mean like donut shapes made of canvas.
Oh.
Yep. No way, there's a reason for that.
Yep. Yeah, you just pick up pretty much anything. So, yep. Are you carrying these from somewhere? I can get a lot if you like.
Oh no, that's pretty much everything. I wanted to. I talked to Gar about this last night, and I told the rest of the parents as they were leaving the concert. You guys, which is fantastic, by the way. And you can already see she's appears to be also be a morning person, in that she has way too much energy. As she starts chatting your ear off about how great you guys were last night and how the children loved it. You know, she could see them all beaming. She, while she was making her final rounds of the night, parents complaining, kind of. In a happy tone, she makes sure to emphasize of the children being too excited to go to bed, and some of them kind of like jumping up and down off furniture while pretending to strum an instrument.
It's like the great sugar endemic of '04. That's the last time we let our children go out after dark.
But as she's kind of talking, she kind of makes her way all the way around the river and the little lake here next to the market, and begins making her way up towards the set over here. As eventually you find, kind of just standing on a pier overlooking at the edge of the river, is this kind of slightly hunched turtle. Who's, I need to bring up the NPC stats for. Where are you, Gar? That's kind of middle-aged turtle. It's just his description. In a multicolored wool clothing, he appears to be wearing this multicolored wool jumper. And with, as you can kind of see the back of his bald head, he's got this bluish-green scales. And as he kind of glances back at you, you can see these beautiful golden eyes. And he greets, kind of nods to both of you and greets you. Ah, Jade, you've arrived. I've got everything in motion. We just need to do final preparations. Is this one of the newcomers I've heard about? Kind of gesturing to yourself.
Howdy.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
I'm Alvina. Yes, I am one of the new ones.
Very nice. Yes, are you aware of Jade's plan here? I think it's quite delightful. Gives me a chance to practice my craft. Yes, it'll be quite the undertaking. I'll need to nap after this, but I'm up for the challenge if you are.
No idea, but I'm interested.
It will become apparent as we get going. Can you help me inflate these? As she kind of starts handing you the canvas donuts.
Sure.
And you spend the next. If you just open the flap here and start breathing and kind of blowing into it and filling it with air, and then if you seal it shut. There's a little here. Let me show you.
Alvin is watching very intently.
She kind of shows you the mechanisms of how to inflate the inflatable donuts. And asks you to essentially help. She also starts to kind of blow up the donuts. You can see that she has like a dozen of them. That over time you eventually start to get winded, even for Alvina. But you definitely manage to do a lot more than she does.
Yeah.
Where she's having to take breaks of just breathing. But with that, we're going to flash back to the party as you all are kind of awoken by the natural kind of clumbering sounds of hyperactive children running about outside. In particular, Assassin, as you kind of wake up, you can you kind of feel the buzz of children jumping up and down outside, excitedly, all kind of whispering of, It's a time! Oh my god, we're all skating! Oh, this is going to be so much fun! Before running off. As the party all wakes up and kind of saunters out of their tents and does their morning preparations, what would you all like to do?
I've been up for 2 hours already. I only require 6 hours of rest. Could I?
I didn't know you required 6 hours. I thought you required 4 like me.
Yeah, I've got sentry's rest.
Yeah, I thought
6
you required
hours.
less. I thought it was 4 hours sentry rest.
Could I just be out exploring and just sort of wandering around the camp, making sure everything's at peace? Not quite as a watcher, but just like stretching, strolling my legs, maybe saying hello to the bakers if they're up. Just sort of making sure everything is. There were no incursions in the night and whatnot. Yeah.
Yeah, you could do so. Obviously, as we get to the last.
Alvina.
Yep, as we get to kind of the last hour, you can see people in the market are beginning to turn the dim kind of night lights fully up into the morning hue of this kind of light ambience. But yeah, you can eventually catch Jade and Alvina. Probably, while you're kind of just
seen them in the
going
distance, maybe.
around. Yeah. As you kind of come around, you kind of see them maybe like halfway through kind of the hour where they're blowing up the things, and you can make your way over there if you want.
I think the professor would be curious.
Yeah, it's fair.
About what they're doing.
You probably know what Gar can do since he's the Hydro Master.
Yeah, I was going to ask earlier.
But we'll get into that when I'm explaining. It'll become apparent as to what he can do when you get into the actual scene.
Yeah, because like assassins, probably the moment that they heard the kids run by, like they just sort of, one of them will turn to their friend to be like, it's time, and it's just like assassin like waddling behind them being like, what's time, what are we doing, where are we going?
Yeah, knowing what Gar can do, I think I'd be curious, but I probably would head back over the river, having done my lap of the thing.
Does anyone...
Assassin, what's your insight?
My insight. Oh,
yeah.
Sorry.
+0.
+0, so you have a passive 10.
Yep.
You are completely unaware of this fact, but for those who actually have insight or perception, it becomes very apparent that the children all appear to be running around in what is effectively post-apocalyptic swimwear.
Oh yeah, assassin would absolutely know. Like, they barely know how regular human clothes work.
Yep. So while the kind of more casual dress of last night appears to have given way to improvised canvas trunks or cloth trunks and various other attire. I don't know what post-apocalyptic swimwear looks like.
It's the classic Victorian somewhere.
Solid steel scrap metal.
Looks like Waterworld.
Oh my god, is it the only time that a chainmail bikini is appropriate?
Yep.
I think I'll have you know that chainmail bikinis are appropriate in every setting, Kaylee.
Depends who you ask.
That's why I have 4. Yeah. I mean, I want to go on holiday,
there, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I don't want to be seen poolside the same chainmail bikini, the same cut.
I mean, they go running in it, so
different ringlet size.
Exactly. Whoa. Whoa. Don't want too wide a weave there.
Yes, assassin, you are swept up in the stream of overexcited children.
Yeah,
once
like
more.
absolutely. Like if it wasn't just like a wet squid running around, you'd mistake them for one of the children by how excited they are over something they have no idea what's going on.
About most children.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
But what are the rest of the party doing as they're waking up and Assassin is swept away with the children?
The point is not the morning.
Making sure they don't kill people.
Does anyone have normal items that are armor, a weapon, or a focus they want to make stronger by 1?
I'm standard studded leather armor.
It's probably better.
I'm
non-magical studded leather than that, probably.
Okay, I'll put it on my character sheet. What was it? Studied
overnight,
leather?
fuck you would have finally attuned to the DOS loot.
Fuck you! Also, you wake up to just your
Mayonnaise
shoes
on my feet,
covered in mayo.
Fuck you doesn't wear shoes. He's barefoot.
His feet.
Yeah,
That is your feet covered in mayo.
Guard next door.
Yeah, go on, zombie.
I'll go up to Blue Grim, look at his study leather and go, I can do something with that. And I'll I weave my arcane infusion into your armor, so you got +1 on that armor.
Cheers.
I've just realised what Zomi would possibly have noticed, by the way.
What?
I imagine that Zomi seems like the kind of person who'd go around and check everyone's tents to make sure they're okay or up. And he'd go to Alvina's tent and go, she's nowhere to be found. Fuck.
Yep. Where's she gone?
Is it already a mess? And you've only had 1 4-hour nap.
Somehow this one's also covered in mayonnaise, but it wasn't.
Alvina's dead. It's
Orange
covered in
peels
leaves.
everywhere, and
There's just leaves everywhere. She's taken her bag with her, but there's just going to be leaves everywhere, like a huge heap of leaves.
And does anyone have a focus or anything they want to, or a weapon they want a +1 on?
You can do my longbow.
Okay.
Well,
you're not here, so it's.
Oh yeah, my longbow would definitely be on me. So yeah.
I've already run off. So.
And I'm not there either, so it's just you guys.
I'll take a +1 on my focus.
Okay.
If you hadn't.
Yeah, I will use another one of my Tinker infusions to give their focus a +1.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, it's kind of a conductor's baton I carry with me.
You've got like, what's her name's little baton from Kill la Kill?
Fuck you. Did you want to react to the waking up to the meal on your feet?
So as Fuck You finally wakes up, his feet feeling a bit wet. He's gonna bring his foot up to his face, sniff it, then start licking the mayonnaise off his feet.
Oh,
good God.
Oh, God.
He's a goblin!
Oh,
He's loud.
disgusting.
Yeah, that's just like a nice breakfast.
Nice
breakfast in bed.
I mean,
treat.
it's mayonnaise that's been left out for hours as well.
However many hours, 6 or 7 hours.
8 days at least.
It's hell, man.
And it's a warm environment. It's like deserty.
It's humid.
Yeah. So it's humid. It's mayonnaise
bugs are in
that
it?
midsummer in London has
No,
been
it's not
left
in
out
London.
overnight.
It's in,
No,
it's
it's not.
in London, but with more populated by bugs, probably.
It's not a
Manchester.
5-star breakfast in bed, but it's still a breakfast.
Yeah, salty
Well,
foot
anything
mayonnaise
is
not
breakfast in
anything.
bed. If that's your logic, it's like saying, "Here's your, I don't know, horse's head. It's breakfast in bed." Done.
No, Alvina probably would eat that, to be fair.
Yeah.
All right, so we move on. It becomes very apparent in the other side of the party as the children are kind of getting kind of shuffled up towards Gar at the top of his piers. He kind of takes a stand onto a little platform, looking over the water kind of streaming down as this north side of the cave is at a higher elevation, so the water is streaming down towards that central pool. And he raises his hands. His colorful woolly jumper kind of stretching with him as the water's kind of more the water generally has quite a kind of soft flow to it. It's streaming down but isn't under any particular velocity. As you can see him rising his hands up, you can see a whirlpool beginning to form at the top of the actual stream, and rapids kind of forming down the stream towards the lake as he appears to be creating a rapids flow. And the children start getting passed out, as well as Assas in these inflatable donuts by Jade and Alvina, as they are encouraged to fling themselves into the rapids, as Gar seems to be controlling the flow of the water quite carefully. You can see the water kind of almost curving up towards the walls, kind of keeping a barrier so that the children don't actually smash into anything. But the children very quickly, and Assassin finds as well, as you kind of jump into the water and the rapids, are very quickly shot down in this kind of twisting, rocking back and forth stream towards the lake at the marketplace. Assassin, you handed a inflated donut. What would you like to do?
Yeah, instant fetus into that water.
In it,
Like straight off, no hesitation. I am a watery boy. Let's go.
Would any of the kids want Alvin to throw him in because they saw him throw the dwarf into the audience? In the
Let's find out how many of these suckers are brave little things.
1.
Ooh.
That's not in favor of your destiny. It's
Unfortunately,
or none.
There's a couple of kids gonna die.
It's the one little girl that you flashed finger guns to yesterday.
Yeah.
She's wearing her hair like you now, and wearing. She's torn the sleeves off her t-shirt and
She's
shit.
painted red tattoos all over her body.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, we're here. We're going with that. That's canon.
Could I?
I want fangirl.
Alistair being like, oh.
I
Not my
can't
fan.
let assassin possibly hurt one of my civilians, so I'm going to dive into the water too. But obviously, I'm very heavy, so I just immediately sink to the bottom.
Yeah, they think the professor probably thinks assassin has like intention.
Yeah,
And
you're trying to
honestly,
escape. This is water.
yeah,
You're
like
gonna hurt-
assassin has entirely forgotten. Like they're just like, let's go, yeet.
Nice. But yes, over the next hour, a fun little waterway activity unfolds. Jade, keeping true to her word of trying to entertain Assassin.
Yep. Like assassin has entirely like forgotten the whole pack thing and is just like absolutely vibing.
One child gets thrown into the water by Ellie.
The children having a great time in the morning. Jade kind of doing her role as the kind of communal manager of the place. But since we are approaching 9 o'clock, I actually have to get to the plot part of the overarching plot part of the
It's only been
What?
2 3/4 hours.
What
Can
do
I
you
just
mean?
say one thing?
Yes.
In the
Go ahead.
morning, when Gwent finally comes out, like super late, she's
It's
wearing.
already over.
Yeah, it's already over because she looked out, didn't like it, came back in. She's wearing a bootleg The Point T-shirt, like The
Yeah.
Point and the cabin.
Yes. So you probably emerge at the same time as the point just gets up now.
Nice.
Bards
Okay.
sleeping.
Yeah, that's it.
So,
that's all I wanted.
Those two
I
are
love
awake
it.
early. You could do whatever you want, while everyone's having fun water rides or sleeping in, and eventually the party all comes together for their meeting with the warder. As I need to actually give you your mission if you want your ship back.
Opening up various compartments on my body and just water's falling out.
Like assassins talking to is it Judy?
Jade is the manager.
Fuck. My brain was like, it's a J name.
You're able to find them.
It's the
Their
jam.
avatars are on the map somewhere of their name.
I was probably talking to them and telling them how cool it was, and doesn't explicitly say thank you, but like is like giving off the grateful vibes while deliberately not thanking them.
No, James, let's try and get people's names oriented so that you can see them. Not too bothered where their actual minis are. But yes, the morning kind of passes as you all get ready or have fun on the water slides or sleep in, depending on your various inclinations. And eventually the party kind of comes together to actually meet with the warder, which, since it has been a year since we met him,
Oh ho ho ho. Oh ho ho ho.
That's twice. We get one more of those before.
Eden
can't.
Charwood, the watcher, the warder of the crossroads and the Salvage.
What's
his name?
The name?
No, we didn't get his name.
No, because Abigail was going to tell you, and then you all ran off. So assume Abigail's mentioned it, Alvina, at some point.
I stole Abigail, so she'd have mentioned it to me at least.
Yeah, because she would call her father by Eden, rather than like the warder. So Eden Charwood, the warder of Salvage, a middle-aged kind of male human, slightly older middle-aged though, kind of pushing his 50s. He's wearing this high-quality armor with tan skin underneath and a hazel left eye, the right covered by an eye patch engraved with the symbol of the Dark Phoenix on it. That Professor would easily recognize as the symbol of the rebellion. He's got medium short cropped brown hair with a short brown beard, hints of red and graying at the edges, but still quite muscular for his age. He kind of has this more imposing but calm persona, like cold iron, as he watches over all of you, kind of looks up from the table of the region map. discussing with a number of other people in the room, logistics about stuff. That the room goes quiet as you approach, and he nods to all of them as they leave, clearly interested in having this meeting with you. I hope you all... Let me sound again. I hope you all had a pleasant stay in my settlement.
Yeah, it was great.
Too suspicious. Good, good. As he kind of relaxes a little bit, hopefully you've managed to find some comfort here. You see what it is I fight for.
Yeah.
As I mentioned when you first arrived,
Really
he looks at Assas and then just kind of walking around free.
It's it probably one type of food in one hand, another type of food in the other hand, munching independently on each thing. I mean, like morning.
Then he looks over at the point who he's never seen before, gives him a quick kind of just scan once over, gonna get the feeling of him. For eventually
explain.
The point just gives finger guns back.
Oh my god, I'm imagining him being like, "Are you threatening me? Is this a threat?"
Eventually looks over to the professor, almost. What
What kind of shit
What are you
you running,
doing here?
mate?
No, good. Should be running your mate.
Yeah.
Sento now has a shirt with the point written on it.
I shrug.
They were on a ship. They are one of our companions.
I've
I
already
point to Tisha and go, "That's me."
Yes, I gathered that. Like, I'll be frank. I've
frankly,
already taken a...
Quite frankly, we were surprised they're still alive as well. Sorry.
No, it's fine. I've already taken the risk on you. I'm at this point. I either have to go all in or all out.
That's fair.
So I might as well go all in and pray to. Well,
Helpful.
I can't really pray to the gods anymore.
Always works.
Rely on the fates that this is a good decision. Rely on my gut on this. Take the risk. I'm putting my people at risk here by trusting you all.
That's a mistake. And then being like, assessing, going, "Oh yeah, I should have said that out loud, huh?"
You get a head pat from Alvin.
It's all right. We all knew you were thinking it.
There.
So Dr. Zermir, right? If I remember your title correctly.
Yes.
Don't quite know what that means, but I should admit his importance where you're from. I'm Warder Eden.
I have a doctorate.
Again, I don't know what that is.
It's like a medical license, but he's not actually allowed to do medicine.
I do psychology.
Fake medicine.
Yes.
Exactly.
I didn't
I
want to.
understand.
Fake Professor, I'm surprised to hear you say this. Psychology is our only line of defense against the cognitive assault of the Republic and their aberrational and psionic assaults.
I thought that was psychiatry.
Well, I studied quite a bit in my younger days. I picked up quite a few things. I'm quite proud of my artificery these days. But I didn't want to forget where it came from.
They do have quite a few parasitic agents.
Yeah, you never know where they're hiding.
In this case, we do.
Anyway, I have a lot on my plate.
Just assassin shrugs.
As I mentioned, I cannot release your ship to you. It is of too vital an importance to the settlement and the rebellion that we get it operational. But your knowledge of shipbuilding could be invaluable. So we've come to a compromise, quite a dangerous compromise, if I will admit to you. But you seem like you're a hardy party of uniquely talented individuals.
You're allowed to say misfits. You're allowed to say misfits.
They have,
at least,
they have charisma, uniqueness, nerve, and talent, I would say. Perhaps we could come up with a name for them based on those words.
At least a few of you seem to be quite gung-ho about ambitious projects. And we may not get another chance at this. if you can somehow pull off what I'm about to suggest, well, quite frankly, you would earn yourself the keys to the rebellion.
The keys to rebellion.
Assassin, please.
Okay, I'm toning back the betrayal vibes. I got it.
I mean,
Within reason.
we all know that you will betray us one day. Just, it's always there. You don't need
Not
to
fun
always
unless
say it.
you know.
We all
Realize Lou is
know.
in
You
the
just don't
tent.
need to say it
So
every
that-
time.
Lou,
Oh, morning, guys.
I literally was gonna make the
Water
joke
slide or
that
something?
no, that's Lou's job. The suspicious act is Lou's job, and he wasn't here.
He strolls in. Oh, hey guys, it was a great sleep, huh? Oh.
So good.
I've got a fan. I've got a fan. It's great.
Check out the school rope.
Lou actually comes in with bags under their eyes, and we'll do a scene later as to
Aw.
why and how.
Ah,
I'll probably do it towards the end when you guys are all leveling up because it makes more sense there. And I'll give Neil a chance to explain the change in character direction. But for now, that's a mystery that will flash back to there. I can't believe I'm going to suggest this, but the rebellion, I've been in contact with the Phoenix himself. And Professor, you'd actually be a little bit surprised. You're aware the
Yeah.
warders are in contact with the Phoenix, but the Phoenix
Yeah.
rarely does direct messaging for missions. Normally
Perk up
they're
the
handed to agents like yourself.
Mm.
The warders kind of acting as more just warders of various settlements rather than giving missions. And also, they didn't message you.
Mm.
But you also don't believe the warder to be lying.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's fine. I'll save that for a second.
We have a chance. How do I word this?
Okay.
You know what? There's no.
When he
As
when he
plainly
stumbles.
and simply as you can, so even Alvina can understand.
high punch Zomir.
In the confusion, I'm going to
Ow.
subtly cast detect thoughts.
On the warder?
Just on everyone, but yeah, look at the warder almost X-raying them.
I mean, I don't think you can do it on everyone. I'm pretty sure it's one target.
It's a
I can
couple.
move it around so long as I don't probe deeper. As soon as I probe deeper, the spell ends.
But it's also, yeah, you only get to know what they're thinking if you probe deeper. Otherwise, it's just general vibes.
Yeah, I
So you
see
get surface
surface
thoughts.
thoughts. Yeah.
Is there anyone
thinking
you're
how best to
not
put it in words?
looking at the surface thoughts of?
No, I'm looking at the warder first, I would say, because
Well, that's fine. The warder you don't get anything off of. You would know that the warder, as well as most high-ranking agents of the rebellion, have protections against psionic probings, and would be one of the few people that could justify hoarding, or maybe not hoarding, but being given access to a twisted silver kind of clips that go. You kind of keep under either in your hair or kind of like a
by the
tiara or something, yeah, or like inlaid into his hat or whatever.
Oh, shit, would you not be
focus.
I have a question. Is that just having twisted silver on your person in general do that?
Not in general. It has to be fashioned into kind of like a headband.
I was about to say, because then you can't
Make it
hear
look
Alvina's
subtle.
thoughts either. But no, if it's something specific, then you can.
Or like kind of engraved into a cap. It's essentially the logic behind like tinfoil hats.
Tinfoil hat, yeah.
He's effectively got a tinfoil hat on underneath whatever. I don't know, no idea what hat he's wearing.
He might not have one.
Like a skull cap,
It could
possibly.
be fashioned in his eye patch.
Then I'll shift.
Oh yeah,
onto
that'd be
that.
cool.
Cool.
The eyes of the
Yeah.
phoenix.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'll
so
shift
that way it
onto
goes
Abigail.
around.
Yeah.
If fuck you's near the professor, all he can hear is in his head is dun 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 shiny dagger, Dum 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 dum. Gonna stab Big Toe.
For Abigail, you get thoughts.
I move around everyone.
You get thoughts of curiosity, of wondering what her the mission is going to be, of that general vibe.
Alvina,
Okay.
you just hear a horrifying roar.
I would
be a
imagine it's
dragon
more
roar.
like I was thinking it'd be more like stomach rumbling.
No,
And
it's
I was thinking.
I'm going to expand it then just so that I'm try and be aware of any pressing presence trying to infiltrate this area then. Like, I don't know if I'll see a beam coming off of Lou or something, like a little sort of astral thing. I don't know. But I'd like to expand my consciousness to make sure we're not being eavesdropped upon. Yeah.
As you do so, and just because you're probably aware of this by now, both Lou and Assassin have psionic shielding that if you attempt to probe through, will backlash at you.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that because I got a face full of it yesterday.
Yep. So just because you've triggered this before, just you'd be at least your character at least be aware of it. Of those two, you don't get anything off of, and if you attempt to, you will have to make a save.
Yeah. I'm fine. Yeah.
And
I like to
Ramirez
think
is
that Assassin's actual thoughts are just really mundane shit, but in the most like eldritch
Fun way.
horror, scream, Cthulhian whisper level bullshit of just
Like
like thousands upon
expressive.
layers of horrible noises, and it's just like I should have a sandwich, just like in that.
Where did I leave my keys this morning?
Yeah, that's pretty much the vibe.
eat
Did I leave the oven on?
today?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, that's fair words, Zormir. We want a tit for tat situation. We will return your ship to us if you steal us a new ship.
They have more?
where are we stealing a ship from?
Well, that's where this perfect timing comes into play. The Primal Chaos outpost of Iron Core is about to retrieve one of its shipments. A shipment from its homeland, which is carrying quite a few supplies. Now, we don't only want the ship. We want all of it. Like I said, we're going ambitious here. And that's where your party comes in. We want you to make your way to Iron Core. The ship will be arriving in the next 2 weeks. And we want you to infiltrate the base via whatever method you deem desirable. Blunt force, stealth, trickery.
So blunt force.
Board the ship and steal it.
You've incited a challenge for Alvina, and I'm sure she's willing to accept. What about the rest of everyone?
She's got a big ass grin on her face.
You told her
I
to
just
take
crack-
something from someone else. She is quite happy.
You can hear her cracking her knuckles. It sounds like tree branches in a hurricane.
So Ironforge isn't on my map of the region. It's not on my map of the region.
Really,
It's underneath Fire Giants. It's in
Yeah.
the.
I remember seeing it on the map.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, it almost morphed into the background because everywhere else is written in white. Cool.
All your notes are written in white so that you can easily see them.
Mm.
All the underlining names are thingy.
Uh,
Is that simple enough?
Yeah.
Yes, to Alvina, yes, that's simple enough. But to me, I would like to know a bit more about where we're walking into.
So yeah, what are we going to be violently murdering to take this shipment?
Iron
Fire
Core, as
giant.
I mentioned, yes, as Professor said, is a fire giant outpost for the Prime Chaos. Their mission, as far as we can tell, is to locate the Crown of Imix, artifact from the time of creation and the war of the war. In which the Prince of Fire Imix himself, one of the royal rulers of the Primal Chaos, engaged in a battle with, well, we're not actually entirely sure on who. A lot of this knowledge is lost to time. Either it was an Arcanite before they withdrew into the Rainbow Plains, or it could have been one of the divine deities of the Radiant Empire. But during the conflict that marked this land, his crown was broken into a sundering and scattered among the continents of the Scraplands. The Fire Giants have made it their mission to retrieve the pieces of this crown, return it to its former glory, and then return it to their prince. At least that's what we've managed to gain from their communications.
Okay. So we're
Okay.
dealing with fire giants. And what else?
I roll to see if I
They-
know anything about how fire giants on the normal Alterra.
Yeah, go for it. Make me a history check, I imagine, or history. Yeah, this is more knowledge, so it'd be history rather than nature or anything.
I can see.
They often take slaves, Professor. Noid slaves, as so many of the factions here do.
Be a lot worse.
They do.
I-
They have a I believe it's the Brotherhood of something. Professor will be able to fill you in more, as it's a little bit beyond my specialization.
have
But
I-
they have yes, Chris will give it to you later because it's in my notes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, have I traveled? I imagine I've traveled to the area, but probably not
but it's
the side. I'm not stealthy.
And they have a Brotherhood of Trolls that maintain its slave hierarchy for their mining and farming hands. But Ironcore is effectively a giant foundry and mining central hub. They create mining equipment and they're mining the center of the actual continent itself, while also sending resources and supply parties and surveying parties out across the scrap lands in order to locate the pieces of the Crown of Emmix.
Gwen's going to go into her bag and pull out some of the documents and go, I think they have a lot of magma genasi.
Yes, as he kind of looks at the tubes that you have and the kind of flint documents.
How-
Where did you get your hand? These are Iron Core documents.
I need
How
them
did
from
you
this
attain
tower.
those?
I
Do
need
you-
them from the bottom of this tower.
Do you mind if we have a look?
Yeah, sure.
I'm
Go ahead.
thinking in that way of very heavily let us look.
Oh,
I mean, it just shrugs when you use. Yeah, sure. I don't care. I can't read it.
passes over the 6 tubes. Like, yep, take a look.
Immediately walk around the table so I can have a better look at them. Cross-reference them with my own
The
notes.
warder actually deliberately maneuvers the pieces so they're right in front of you, kind of using you as like a scan reader to give him the clip notes.
Yeah, this is fair. Instantly absorb the knowledge.
James, yourself, have you actually read through these?
Through what?
The Iron Core documents. They're in the handouts.
Oh,
Yeah, there's documents in the I did not aware of them, were you?
See, I didn't scroll all the way past characters because the
There's a
professor
lot.
is the second in the list. So,
But for
literally,
reference for the audience, that's the character
did not know they
list
were
in
there.
this game.
Did not know they were there.
I'll give you the cliff notes for now, assuming that you quickly analyze them. Go ahead and give me
Investigation.
There is reference
it would be
to someone
investigation.
named.
That's what it
There is
usually
reference to someone named Dipper the Miner. There are dealings with the Monstro Guild, chief finance officers. These messages are to Infern.
You'd actually recognize for document 4. It says it's for the Black Phoenix. This is actually a rebellion code word. Oh, I also meant to mention that. James, you get a special form of thieves' cant called Rebellion's Cant.
Ooh, nice.
Right, can't
Oh.
Add that to my other languages.
It allows you, for obvious reasons, the rebellions would have secret code language that they could put into official documents between it. This letter isn't actually meant for Infirm. That's a ruse. For the Black Phoenix means that it's actually coded to the rebellion. and whoever sent this meant for the rebellion to intercept it.
I read that in sort of the binary code and break it down. The night draws in, the spark now seen, the wind does rise through the east caverns, a hallowing echo, but with good tides should treasure be discovered. If not, goodbye, my lord and saviour. I wonder if it relates to document number 6. They have found, I regret to inform, Warder, they have in fact found a fragment of the royal artifact of the crown of MX.
Fascinating. It's one of the artifacts that, if returned to the princes, would destabilize power among the royal nobility. Not directly influential to us, but still sounds like a powerful piece. It says that the piece was moving with the ship itself, with these documents. If the documents were salvaged, it means the ship must have been destroyed. Maybe
What does
the
shard of the crown look like?
It makes no mention. It is...
Generally, you didn't happen to know, would you?
Ooh, I'd imagine it's said to hold the
crown of laurels.
No, it said to hold the very power of fire itself. Said that even gazing upon it would.
It wouldn't happen to look like a red and obsidian-y kind of metal shard at all. In a box
Perhaps.
of fire.
Well,
perhaps.
As in living flame.
Alvina.
Living flame is used predominantly for high important.
They're in the red, Zormio.
My detect thoughts immediately goes on to Alvira, and then to
It's
Zormir.
It's still a roaring.
Yeah, it's still a
from
roaring.
Alvina.
So then I'll go
Who
on
would
to
actually
Zormir then.
telepath to Alvina?
I'm actually gonna need Alvina to give me a deception check.
I'm not actually trying to be deceptive.
No, but I am actually trying to stop you talking.
That's why I'm gonna telepath.
Yeah, it's more to kind of play it off and not be super suspicious.
She's not particularly trying not to sound suspicious is the problem.
Be suspicious.
Oh, that's fair. You could just fail if you'd like.
Yeah, she's not trying not to be suspicious. The others probably would, but Alvina's not actually trying.
The warder gives each of you a look, scanning the room, particularly focusing on Alvina and Zormir. What aren't you telling me?
I haven't
Scanning
told you
surface thoughts
anything yet.
immediately.
What do you have to Alvina just looks at what have you after, Zormir?
Everyone turns to Zormir.
Yeah, and what's on your surface thoughts there?
Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. This is what you hear in my surface thoughts.
Have you found something like this, Doctor?
How you gonna handle this, Zormir?
Yeah, I'm putting this on you because I'm perfectly like I just got this thing.
And I take a step towards you as well. Doctor, what are you not telling us?
Ooh, it's getting spicy in here.
The point just kind of musters the Rhino. I don't know anything.
Yeah, you don't.
Hoping to kind of move attention away from Zormir, but we'll see if that works.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check. Let's see how much you can draw the attention.
Okay.
Hey, check this out, guys! And you just do like the airbender thing where you just like have a spinning. Oh.
14.
Not bad.
Kind of at least draws the warder attention. I'll let James decide what they're doing. What specifically were you saying? That you didn't. Oh, so what was the point saying that you didn't know anything, or that?
Oh, so just saying in a very suspicious way. Yeah, I definitely don't know anything.
Right.
Yeah,
So you
I'm
haven't-
going to.
Mhm.
I'm going to probe deeper. If you
Oh,
don't
you're gonna try-
immediately answer, yeah. If you don't answer, this could be a threat to the rebellion and the settlement. So I'm going to probe deeper if you do not.
What save are they
answer,
making?
basically. Well, I'll give Bob a chance to answer, but if Dr. Zormir hems and haws,
Held
just
action, essentially.
yeah, a laser point almost beams into the center of your head. So it's like a red dot on your forehead, kind of thing. But I'll give you a second, Bob.
I'm just debating whether that is it like very visible.
It's more like because my eyes focus light as it is, but I just sort of it's almost like it's super focusing.
It's not a separate like laser pointer comes out then.
Yeah.
I'll be fine.
It's not like a Predator 3 dots on the forehead. Oh,
that's what That's what I was imagining. It was like a separate pointer comes out. It's like Alvin is gonna just lamp you if you do look like you're doing something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, Zormir, you could be asked for the truth.
Yes.
So, just bear that in mind.
We seem to have picked up a lot of things in that fellow's basement, and
you are fine with me telling things.
I would rather you not just land us in more hot water by just blabbing it out and saying that what we found. We don't know what to do.
I was thinking you had some sort of grand scheme of it.
No, you are too brutally honest sometimes and land us in hot water.
And I take it out of the bag. Take the box out of the bag.
Oh no.
Oh, you're actually taking. Okay.
Yeah.
Turn back around.
I just have a quick memory. Zormir, can you do me a favor?
Yes.
Can you guide fuck you outside for a minute?
Yes. Fuck you. Fuck you. Point wants to go have a little battle of music out there with you. For the children out there. Go.
I nod and I go. See that?
Oh yeah, I want to work with him as well.
Oh no! Oh no! The point was never seen again.
I swing my instrument around to the front as we go out.
Go
play music, you know.
Go entertain the children for a bit, please.
Yeah. Fair warning, as Alvin has got the box of living fire in her hands. It did something weird when fuck you looked at it, so just bear with.
I'm gonna cast a spell on myself, and you watch as a shimmering force field surrounds me.
Yes, I do believe that Cross and Bones has picked up quite a few bits and pieces that we stumbled upon. We didn't know what it was, and it seemed to have done something to our friend. Fuck you.
He's even more pyrotechnical now.
We didn't want to bring it out here in front of him or speak about it in front of him. That's why I'm telling Alvina to be quiet.
Reaching towards the box.
I growl for Alvina as soon as you start reaching.
I wouldn't. With an almost Gollum-esque fascination with the power that might be contained. Open the box.
It's already open.
Actually, it isn't already open.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
You need the key to open it.
She didn't lock it.
Oh no, Living Flame automatically locks once you retrieve the key because it's a living flame. The key won't leave the box unless you lock it.
Okay. Zormir, you go get the key off of you.
I don't think Fuck You is going to give up the key quite so easily.
Yeah, so you actually can't have Sod off while he's in the box, and you can't get him back to the box until you lock the box. He is the guardian spirit of the box.
I'm the guardian spirit, guardian of the sand.
She spins it on her finger. Well, it's in here. We have to get the key off of Fuck You. Can someone go and get it?
No, I don't want to die.
So, do you want to ask? I mean,
so seriously, you've made the key to this box a pet, which means I actually have to adhere by pet rules, and I have to ask Ben if Ben's willing to depart with their pet temporarily.
I mean, depends what you give Fuck You.
So can you go?
I'm gonna knock on the box. I'm gonna cast knock on it.
Nothing happens.
Yeah, it didn't work last time.
I lean forward. Fascinating. In this, it's. Oh, actually, yeah, I'm gonna roll for it. Perception. It's not bad. Yeah. Fascinating. And it's almost like for those of you who have a higher insight than that or meter match it, it's almost like a craving.
Not this time round.
Oh God! Anyone? see if it's only access.
My passive insight beats that.
Oh, so then you would be very. It's almost like a Gollum-esque kind of want or need for whatever power is contained in here.
My box.
Yeah.
For those interested, because this actually is an item, especially for anyone who has lockpicking thief proficiency, you can attempt to open it with obsidian iron lockpicks.
Do I have those?
You do not. They're specialist tools that you need to pick up.
Dang.
How would you have them?
I mean,
your
I don't know.
treasure
You don't know what business I've been up in.
I don't even think with my right tool for the right job and my +1 thing, I can just bypass the special.
Yeah, you tried, if memory serves. I will say, in the description, it's not imperious, it should be impervious. Imperious is like super proud.
Fair catch.
It's also super proud.
I am proud of damage.
I mean,
They're committed to what they want, and I respect that.
Yeah.
Correct.
Since the rest of you have mentioned the key is on fuck you, the professor sort of backs away from the box slightly. The look of temptation that once might have been on their faces is gone, and they just sort of shift back into their neutral kind of robot face.
Fuck you has the key and Alvina has the box, so that means that it's very secure by the two people who like to steal things.
Yes.
Kind of in an opposite fashion to the professor, who kind of lean forward. You actually see the warder kind of take a step back and straighten a bit, kind of looking at the box with respect, but also a hint of fear or reverence.
Alvina's spinning it like a basketball.
We do seem to have picked up some interesting
the
things.
warder's looking at it with reverence. It's like, oh my God, it's a holy artifact. Yep, we've just found it. Spins on finger.
Rather than holy artifact, more looking at a missile and be like, holy fuck, that's a missile.
This is a grenade!
That's a fully armed nuke. Why are you just tossing it casually in the air? Okay, good to know.
And you believe the artifact inside of that is a piece of Imix's crown.
Like every description you've just given us, probably.
I'll be honest, I'm lost for words on this one.
Has it been identified?
I mean, I can identify
I
it.
think we might. I can't remember if we did or not, actually.
Did we identify it?
Only as part of the new reality laws. Identify only works on arcane items and not primordial items.
Yeah, it didn't work on it.
Can I sense it's primordial?
Everything we found, it just didn't work on this one.
Mate, it's a box of living flame. You're pretty confident as you look at it, it's primordial in nature.
We definitely heard primordial.
It's literally solidified flame.
Mm-hmm.
So rock.
No, like actual, it gives off a warm heat. It appears to be fire made impassable.
It's like if anyone's seen there's the fantasy thing where people make a sword out of fire. I imagine it's like that.
Yeah, it's living flame.
It's essentially like metal.
It's solid flame.
So fascinating.
But yes, the warder kind of takes your word that there's probably a Imix crown piece in there, given the fact that living flame boxes are rare items and quite difficult to manufacture and only used for important purposes in containers. James, you wanted to say something?
No, it's not.
Alvina, can you put it back in your bag for now?
Yeah, Sure.
No, I would use my mana drain, but it's an insight into a creature's innate abilities and the relative power of their essence.
Correct. You have to look at
If it contains a soul or an essence of some kind, might I get some kind of read off that?
It does not, but there is a flame spirit in the key. If you ever see that,
Cool.
that because Sawed Off is turning into a creature, will eventually get creature stat block status. But you gotta wait till you consume a couple souls for that, or a couple other essences for that.
Yeah, I'm using it as an incubator at the moment, so should put it back in the bag.
Yep. But this is literally what the pinnacle of what the fire giants are searching for. They must be frantic about losing this, and these documents are at least a couple months old, maybe in a couple years old. The ship that crashed must have been one of the earlier ones. I'm not aware of any ships crashing lately. At least not in Salvage or in Titan Guts.
I believe it might have crashed a little more closer to Cross and Bones' territory.
No, but that's fully within the shades of Titan Guts.
They're certainly not walking distance.
There was also a plant underneath there which had a great hoard. Maybe its tendrils reached a bit further than just where Cross and Bones' territory is.
He had a bunch of random salvage. Like, what else did we get from there? I'm just gonna list off the items that we found.
That's okay. That's okay. All of that sounds very fascinating, and I'm sure the Bruce Shoulders would love to dive into that and categorize it for you. Let's return to the point at hand. I'm not actually sure what to do with this. This could be of use to the rebellion, but its value to the Iron Core giants might actually prove far more valuable, and I have to think about practicality for the rebellion and for my people. That ship and its supplies would be a great boost and bonus to us, so I'm going to encourage that you keep the box for now.
If for nothing else, we could use it to barter for our lives.
That's
and then
my
steal
thought.
it back later.
Even a distraction of some kind. Anything that will... Your number one mission would be to steal that ship for whatever purpose or you need to, even if it means bartering away that box and the vast power inside of it. Make no mistakes, Imix's crown is said to be on a power level that would disintegrate gods and destroy and scorch lands.
Punch a hole through the rainbow walls?
Anyone looking at Alvina?
No,
her eyes are
not
glowing
quite
more
that powerful.
brightly than usual, and her tattoos are like shimmering. She seems very, very excited about something, but it's hard to tell what's going through her head.
I'm going to pull out document 5 real quickly and point to it. Is the ship, Chris, this is me asking, is the ship flying from Salvos or out of Salvos?
This ship would be from Iron Core, so it would be flying out of Salvos.
Flying out of Salvos. Damn. Okay.
So all of these messages are from Iron Core.
Yeah, but Salvos needs magma genasi, so that could be a way in. We could disguise ourselves.
Yeah. So as far as if they aren't actually aware the ship got destroyed, which if apparently there's been no major like ship blown out of the sky recently, it's possible that the giants aren't even aware that this ship has crashed. It might still, as far as they're concerned, be on its way to Infirm.
If we can steal this ship, we could rescue the Noids from Salvos, bringing
Iron Core.
magma genasi in. Yeah, if we bring people in disguise as magma genasi into Salvos. we could possibly break a bunch of other people out.
Technically, you're already on Salvage.
No.
There
You mean
is.
bring them into Iron Core.
Yeah. Sorry.
But your plan, your
All
still
the
plan
names
is
are
one of the
interchangeable.
options, yes.
Yeah, that could be cool. Rather than rush in, get shot, Almira.
But you have you'll have plenty of sessions on the way to there if you decide to go with this plan that you can discuss strategy. Something else of note before we move on is one of the encoded rebellion letter makes mention of a secret passageway. So when they
Good to know.
yeah, when they mention the wind does rise through the east cavern, it notes that they whoever has written this is one of the rebellion spies inside Iron Core, who has been making his way out. But it appears that when he says night draws in, he means that he's pretty sure they're onto him, and that he has to flee. And if he doesn't escape with his life, then goodbye, my lord and savior, is pretty self-evident.
Yeah, guess that. How many Bothans died to bring us this information, Chris?
But it does suggest there is a secret passage into Iron Core that this individual has been using.
There is one problem of your plan of steal the airship beforehand is how do we do that when it's probably miles up in the air?
You have a flying ship yourself.
It is currently grounded.
It's currently not working, and we have to leave it here.
Yeah.
The kind of point of this is you are going to have to infiltrate Iron Core. Ship lands and docks with Iron Core.
You steal ship.
You steal ship. And then I will need you to fly it back to Bastion itself.
Oh.
This is where the professor will come in, who will be able to direct you there. Unfortunately, there's nowhere to land it here in Titan Guts that wouldn't be obvious. And I think it's quite apparent now, probably from what you've heard, and also the fact that the map is right in front of you. Bastion is among the mountains to the north. And there you'll be able to lose any pursuers. There's already suspicions that it's where the rebellion headquarters is, but the vast labyrinth and impenetrable rock barrier makes it an ideal defensible location. We have outposts on the edge of the mountain, far away from the city's core itself, that you'll be able to dock with, and from there we'll be able to repurpose the ship as well as utilize and transport the supplies.
Well, very well. Will help.
And of course,
as if you have a choice.
The Phoenix himself, and your success, would like to meet with you.
Ooh, I like Phoenixes.
Are they made of flame at all?
Professor will be able to tell you more than I can.
Because we will have a problem if distracting our poor goblin fellow if you do bring something to do with flame. Hence why we're keeping the box away from them.
As much as legend might distort the stories, the Phoenix is very much a man.
Oh, okay.
For the most part.
Fair enough.
If you believe the tales, they are an immortal who continually rises with each new rebellion. Whether that's a title or a name or someone of incredible age, well, even I myself don't know. I've only met the man once.
He's just really old.
What a meeting.
I'm guessing we're taking the little kobold fellow kobold as well.
Yeah, I don't get my point. I don't get the point. Why am I here?
Well, you were supposed to be interrogated, but Alvina's claimed you, so I just kind of assume that you're coming with us.
Yep.
But this sounds like hero shit.
Well, do you not want to be a hero?
You will be blindfolded on the way into the city.
No, I won't.
Sorry, that's not the professor's voice. You will be blindfolded on the way into the city.
No, I won't be. But also, yes, it's really not my jam. You know, like like, fair enough, you do you. What's in it for me?
Orange.
Just the consideration that briefly passes over their face as they're like, oranges are pretty good. How many
Drops an
oranges?
orange into your
Two
hand.
Scooby snacks.
How many oranges have you got left?
Look into my bag. There's probably like 70, 80 oranges left.
Jeez.
There was
I
a lot
will-
of boxes.
I
There's
will
like 3
say-
full crates of oranges.
Yeah, they ponder and tap and they go, I will stay until the oranges run out.
And as much as they might be a handful, they have knowledge that the rebellion won't, with their connections to the aberrationals and the Republic.
If
The
a
primals
North
and the
could
Republic
switch
may no
between
longer be
ways.
allies, but they still have diplomatic meetings on occasion.
Yeah, we saw
Hmm.
one. Steve got violently kidnapped at one.
Am I a political prisoner?
Steve,
No,
Maybe.
what is
apparently
Steve?
That
you-
would require the empires to view the rebellion as equal. So no.
Ah.
I think you're more Alvina's new friend. And she doesn't let go of her friends very often.
Mm-hmm.
So I know
Did
I'm
you
asking.
I pick up Abigail in one hand. See?
Did you
You'd have
say
to
you
come with,
had
don't worry.
another member of your party was kidnapped?
Yes.
Oh yeah, he's already dead. I've already made a gravestone for him.
Well, we believe he's dead.
He's probably dead. He made a heroic
Who-
sacrifice, so as far as I'm concerned.
He was grabbed by a bunch of...
Nothing.
Monoliths. Nothing.
Nothing.
Monoliths! He was grabbed by a bunch of stones.
Instantaneously, just assassin of going, oh yeah, Thenophics gone, he dead. Sorry. Yeah, he
Hey.
dead. Yeah.
He made a heroic sacrifice.
well,
It was
that-
very noble of him.
Not all Nothics kill immediately. What color were they?
Red.
Burgundy.
Maroon.
Maroon.
They were
Maroon.
maroon.
Well, even if
if-
he's not dead, he might as well be dead.
As if looking through the pages of a book. Oh.
You know what's
maroon,
sad?
you say.
Nobody's told the point that Steve's dead.
Oh
yeah.
Oh no. Yep.
Oh,
Fuck
yeah,
you,
the
I'll be
point
singing
is
a
Steve's
song
dead,
about
by
the
the
death of
way.
Steve.
I'm still out here just having a battle of bands.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Well, yeah, we have to tell the point that Steve's dead.
It is unusual for Burgundy Nothics to kill. And if you have off-world information, they may have brought it to their masters.
Well,
We assume he's dead.
Yeah, he might as well be.
Even
There
in
was a
death.
lot going on at the
I only
time.
hope he's dead. Like,
There was
honestly, like,
manticores.
Chimeras.
the best situation for your friend to be is dead.
Hey, Steve was a noble one. We assume he would have self-destructed.
yes.
He's not a robot.
He was a spellcaster, wasn't he? He was a paladin.
Yeah.
So Alvina would assume that he has some sort of weird magic that makes him just explode. She assumes
yeah,
that
that's fair.
all
Let me-
spellcasters have this ability.
Even
Look at the
'Cause she's
paladin
so
class
smart.
here. Oh, yeah, here you go. Level 1 self-destruct. Yep.
Destructive wave. You just cast smite inside your body and it kills you and you explode. That's what Alvina just assumes.
Yeah, it's the paladin ability called die on this hill.
Channel divinity, heroic sacrifice.
Oath of Death.
Actually,
yeah.
it wasn't far off a hill.
He wasn't choosing.
Uh,
He also hadn't chosen his god yet.
What's your
Even
paladins don't have
in-
to have a god. They have to have a cause.
Oh, I know, but
Even
he was
in-
after a god specifically. He was specifically
He
after
was
a god.
searching for
Yeah.
a god.
That's why.
And of course, the Dark Phoenix will reward you with anything you could desire if you pull this off.
Anything?
Well,
Alvina's
within
eyes
reason.
are even more brighter. They're actually shining on the entire room. Is bathed in green light from Alvina's eyes.
Wait a
For
minute.
Zormir, we
What-
could have your ship either delivered straight to Bastion, or we could have supplies delivered here, and you'd
Wait.
have unlimited access to
Whoa,
what
whoa.
very limited reserves we have.
Wait a minute. Did you say Doc?
Doc,
Guy,
yes.
it's the moniker, right?
I hope that's just a moniker.
Oh, the Dark Phoenix? Yes, it's just a moniker.
Insight check.
If it would be a dark phoenix, it'd be cool. I'm inside check to see how literal they're gonna be.
Oh yeah, give me an insight check.
12.
Who
He
knows?
seems to has no reaction to the name. He doesn't seem to think anything ill of it.
It's a cool name.
His eye patch is off a black phoenix.
Yeah.
Enough.
21 from Lou.
Yes, the professor. One of the stories is the Dark Phoenix. Whenever the rebellion reignites, the Dark Phoenix rises in flames of black to strike terror into the Empire's heart, or Empire's heart, because there's 3 of them.
I just realised it's also the new, like, what's it called? Let's say not new. There's a Pokemon which is a Dark
X-Men.
Phoenix now. No, there's a Pokemon that's a Dark Phoenix now as well.
Is there?
It's like the other Moltres.
He's also said to have black hair.
Owen.
I think we should
Like,
maybe
okay,
supply up
he's
then
telling
before
the
we
truth,
go.
it's-
And we'd like to
Of course,
purchase
give you
some supplies
as
here.
much. I will give you access to our restricted supplies.
Ooh.
More
I
more
require
restricted
some
material.
Twisted silver, sir.
You're not having mine.
You
Everyone
have
just
twisted silver.
Looks at you.
Why do you
have
Arcanite
twisted
and
silver?
Twisted silver.
Yeah, I have these, and I just pull out the chains. It's a
Do you
huge
just keep
amount.
playing?
It's a huge
She-
amount. It's 2 like massive chains of twisted silver.
Dive on you.
Ian,
She is a
enough twisted
hoarder.
silver, a year's worth of repairs to the Twisted Silver Defense Network.
She is
This
is definitely a hoarder, and if you want any of her stuff, you will have to barter for it. I don't think she'll give it up easy.
No, that's fair. That's actually more than we have in our reserves. We have a couple. We have like 3 bars worth
We
wow.
for repairs.
You people really just came from nowhere and made us all look like chumps, huh?
I'm sorry.
Just drugs.
I'm very confused, but sort of slightly apologetic. Well, we did end up in a tower filled with treasure
And robbed it blind.
with a
No, it's fine. It's fine.
What do you think was holding tied up our friend outside with our hydras?
Yeah. Oh yeah, we have hydras in case you haven't been told either.
2.
Yeah, we have 2 of them.
We,
It's what I can't remember the name.
They
of the other
really
one.
need to be
It was
tamed.
Sally and Susie, and whatever the fuck Bob's woman's name.
Greg or something like that. I can't
Right, it
remember.
was something like that.
It'll be there somewhere on the name thing. When we go
It'd be
back
on
to
your
that era,
thing, yeah.
it'll be on the moniker. Or
Maybe.
Maybe I need to redo the Titan Guts maps at some point. Bring in the new
I
software.
mean, what
Do a
are
touch-up.
those things called that seem to live in the lakes? They keep,
Yeah, the beetle things that
they keep on
get
attacking
bigger
us.
when you set them on fire.
Yes, they like flame quite a lot.
Oh, the Swamp Raiders? I don't know, there's some
Yes.
sort of
Oh, is that
mutated
what they're called?
monstrosities. Yeah.
Okay.
That's what we
No.
call them.
Well, we
Yep.
still want a
It's
couple
what
of
we
them
call them.
on. So we need to train them.
Yeah.
You should
Do I
prepare for the
take this to
journey.
mean that you will accept this very dangerous mission?
Oh yeah, sure.
I mean, do I have a choice?
No,
You don't.
Not
no.
really.
no, not at all.
What's the other option? Like, what happens if, like,
What?
say, I just set the tent on fire and run? I
Put you in the. I catch you and put you in the bag anyway, and you come with us.
No, it's just like at this
My
point,
arm
they're
morphs
not really
into a
putting much.
giant gun.
They're not really like putting much effort into the escape plan. They're just kind of being like, look, so if
Yeah.
I try to escape, what's happening? Like,
Hypothetically,
I'll
if I
catch
was
you
to
and bring
do
you back
this,
anyway.
what would happen?
Yeah, Alvina's just like, well, I'll catch you and you'll go anyway. There isn't another option.
I think
okay.
if you could get
It's whether
past,
you just come willingly or unwillingly.
my
Your own volition is better.
Yeah. Yeah, it guarantees me more snacks. Yeah, I guess
Alright.
I'm.
a little kobold friend.
Abigail,
I believe if Alvina didn't take a shine to you, the professor would probably try to murder you if you tried to run.
Yes.
Abigail will help
To answer
you
your
with
question.
getting any supplies you need. And as you can kind of see, as Abigail kind of slides up, kind of moves a little closer to her father, and you can see her about to ask, "Father, can And the warder, without even waiting for her to finish her sentence, immediately just looks to her and in a stern voice goes, "No, just show them the supplies. That's all." And she gets a little bit dejected and kind of looks away, knowing better than to kind of double question him.
A bit of
Now,
pat on the head from Alvina.
Now, if that's everything, I will have. You can instruct the Brood Shoulders to do any maintenance upon your ship within their capabilities. We can't do anything technically or artificially, but we can repair hull. They are capable enough for that, so that your ship is at least mended by the time you return.
Well, I can definitely point out the things they don't want to fiddle with.
And you can teach them whatever you need to before you leave. Take a couple days, supply up, get to know the settlement that you're. Hopefully, well, honestly, I hope that you'll become enamored with the settlement and that you'll seek to protect my people as much as I do.
I like him so far.
Could I
Everyone
make
up there's been really nice.
Quest, but
Could I
I've
make
given my
a
life to these people.
minor suggestion whilst we get ready here and before we make a trip, that maybe some of the party tries to train the beasts that we left with the
Can we bring
hydras?
our hydras?
I would be uncomfortable you bringing the hydras into the settlement, but I can have a marauder or.
Could you set
one
up
of the
somewhere where we can
scout-
train them?
Yes, I can show you to an area that's obscured and nearby that we use for other purposes that you could train them.
Thank
Right
you.
click.
Susie kept trying to eat me when I was riding her. So, be nice.
Right click on an area, build stable, hire stable hands.
Pretty much. Hire expendable
Train,
stable
train,
hands.
train, click, train. All the XP.
It will make it a bit easier for us to travel to where we need to and do your mission for you.
Of course, have full access to the region map in front of you here in my tent whenever you need it in order to make your plans. And the professor can fill you in on any more technical details about what you'll be facing.
Nice.
I'm going to move to the map so anyone who wants to log into Roll20 can look at the map.
I didn't log out.
And
Yep.
are we going to fix Cart on the Gwen?
That's what you guys can decide in the downtime between now and next week. As we're gonna.
I was gonna quickly say something to
Yeah.
Abigail.
Yes, Abigail is the daughter.
I take it we're like moving out of that, or like moving to go get things.
Yeah. I'm just gonna flash forward a couple bookkeeping things I need to do at the end, and also I want to do Neil's scene as well before we end today.
Is it still cool, or do you want to?
Oh yeah, go for it. Yeah.
Basically, just like out of earshot of Dab, and just being like, you want to go, don't you?
I bet you beat me to it.
I'm just imagining just you and Alvina, since you're such a oh god, all three of you are just the A team.
Yeah.
But,
Team, it's really the 80.
yes, as you and Alvina kind of sat up next to Abigail and ask a question, she gives this kind of sheepish nod, but you can see there's determination in her eyes.
Then why don't
Come along with us. Arm round the shoulders.
You're sure?
Yeah, like you. No one can stop you. Come along with.
We've already shown that pretty much nobody's willing to stop me doing anything. So
Yeah.
So just come along.
There's no point fighting for freedom if you don't have freedom to choose what you want to do.
Okay, but you can't let my father know, or my brother. They would both.
Which one's your brother?
Oh, I actually don't think you've met him yet. He's the leader of the Marauders. Generally, he's over in the collar. Yeah, he runs the collar, the defense perimeters of the settlement. His name's Louis.
She was checking the map to see who it would be. Okay.
He's in the southeast, kind of in the tent-like structure near the alcoves.
I found him, yeah. I thought he was in the place that I thought was like a little like training area. So yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
They're trying to come off like genuinely trying to come off as sincere. You just hear Assassin going, "No problem. I'm really good at." Genuinely sincere, but just sounds absolutely malicious.
You cut off right at the end though. Keeping all we heard was keeping.
Keeping
Yeah,
secret.
I'm really good at keeping.
I'm really good at keeping. But, yeah,
this is a
secrets.
convenient time to do it. As the three of you are kind of moving south, you actually, out of the kind of nowhere, kind of just materializing from a crowd and going into lockstep behind all three of you, kind of creepily leaning over, is Jam.
Jam!
What are we talking about?
Wouldn't you like to know, Weather Boy?
Okay, oh shit, I will stab you before you realize it.
Yeah, sure you will. I've already got your name, asshole.
Well, maybe I don't want to tell you what I've discovered. I have a list of ingredients I need you to get me.
Hell
So now we're errand boys? Why don't you get it, Jam?
I mean, these are for my dragon, so.
Because they're for the dragons, you dumb ball.
Well, fuckface, I don't care.
Anyway.
So, what do we need?
Right, I've consulted the books and confirmed with my sources, but in order to incubate fire dragon eggs, you need to bathe them effectively or submerge them for long periods of time in primal fire. I don't know if you...
Of course you do. Of fucking course.
Now, I don't know if you hicks know what primal fire is. None of you are quite as glamorous or knowledgeable as the Jam.
Isn't it kind of like solid fire?
No, that's living flame.
Yeah, Assassin has the little squid creature that you saw has like shadowed behind Jam and is like doing like SpongeBob meme style like dramatic poses and like pretending to like wiggle in shadow, mocking him as he's going on about how fabulous he is.
Well, shut up. The Jam is aware of everything that goes on in this settlement. Jam's the greatest spy master you ever met. The Jam is well aware of your mission.
Okay.
And it's just so convenient for us, because the only place in Salvage to get primal flame is Iron Core's bowels.
Alvina just like rubs her hands together, big clap and rubs her hands together. Right. How long do you have to submerge them for?
Oh, months. You couldn't do it
Months.
there.
Okay.
No,
I
I
was
need
curious.
you to retrieve some.
Okay, how do you store it?
Well, that's the thing. The Jam is a genius. The Jam has been working on some specialized containers. They'll be finished in a couple days. Just the right time for you to set off on your expedition. The Jam will give you the containers. Now, there's how many eggs again?
6, I want to say. How many does you got? He's eaten one, hasn't he?
Oh,
he's
God,
eaten
can't
one,
believe that as well. Can't believe that. You ate a dragon.
I've not got it written down, so I'm assuming you did somewhere.
I wrote
Isn't
down.
there 6?
I think there were 6 of 5.
But he will give you containers big enough for one dose, essentially, required for each egg. So effectively 5 or 6 containers. I need you to fill this to the brim with primal flame or primal fire and bring it back to me. Do not lose them or have them destroyed. Otherwise, you're going to have to get me more. Or you're going to have to... Well, the primal fire won't last forever outside of its native landscape, but it'll last long enough to hatch one dragon egg. So for each one you lose or break, you lose a dragon.
5 empty storage containers for primal fire.
Yes, and I need the good shit deep within the bowels. You'll know primal fire because anything it touches disintegrates.
How are we supposed to get in the box?
That's
I
not
assume
my
it doesn't-
department.
Yeah, but
It's
like,
box
It's magically reinforced that it can contain primal fire for a short duration.
yeah, but asshat, how are we supposed to pick it up? It's got like handles or shit.
How do you skip it? No, it's just a jar. It's just an open top jar. You've got
Yeah, that's what I'm
hold
saying.
on the
Like,
way
you have
home.
to like fucking
Yes, there's a
stick-
lid. There's a handle on the lid.
That
Oh,
doesn't
it's
make
got
sense. If
lids.
if it's got a lid and you've got the handle, then you're scooping it by the hinge. What the fuck, man? You're supposed to be a genius. That's stupid design.
What?
Yeah.
No, the lid is attached to one side. You open the lid and you hold the lid, and yeah, you scoop it. Okay.
That's
Actually,
so dumb.
I've got an idea of how we
Yeah?
can get this done real easily.
Oh yeah, that sounds good. I
With
think we
your-
should go with Alvina's plan.
With
Jam's
your
dumb.
people who've made these, or did you make these? Can you get
I made these.
a
Nobody else is
pair of
smart enough.
gloves that can also be reinforced against primal fire?
Oh, can the jam do it? Of course the jam could do it. The jam is a genius. Will the jam do it? Maybe.
We can get it done a lot easier then. We can definitely get the good shit if you do that.
No, I'll have to stay up a couple of nights. Fine, the jam will do it, because the jam wants the bloody dragon.
See?
See, this is why we're here, is to make sure Jam doesn't do stupid shit like that. We're the smart ones here.
He leans into you. Jam is going to stab you at least once before you left.
Oh, I do hope so. Then that'll give me the excuse.
We'll see.
Nice.
As the jam just kind of backs away into the crowd, and as somebody passes across them, you see they've vanished.
I like that I've made enemies with possibly the worst person to make an enemy of.
Yeah, but honestly, yes.
Yeah.
As everyone else vacates, could I sort of hang back and speak to the warder very quickly before you do Neil's thing to close out the session?
No, I think I actually wait for Neil's thing for next week and start off the session with Neil's one because it's pretty cool.
Okay.
And for Neil, who has no idea what Neil's thing is, it's mostly when you were sleeping, I want you to unlock your sorcerer's powers, as we discussed, while in your communication with Control, kind of batting him back with it. So yeah, we could do that at the beginning of next week's session.
Alvin's going to end off that bit of conversation when, what's his name, the jam's gone. It's like, right, let's see if we can find out how to install a magical ancient artifact of fire into a piece of equipment for me. That'll be the end of that section.
That sounds like a great idea. I'm in. Let's go.
I feel like I'm getting a visit soon.
But yes, Professor, you want to have a quick word with the warder?
Warder, I am concerned.
Good.
About which part? Quite a few concerning ones.
The overall mission's integrity. Alvina mentioned that they had another member of their party who came from the other world that was kidnapped by Maroon Nothics.
You believe them, right? They're from another world. A world in which all of this never came to be.
I believe they could not possibly lie about such a thing. Therefore, they either must believe it is true, in which case we are chasing a wild fantasy, but they have Arcanite. So either they are from beyond the rainbow walls, very unlikely, or they are from a world where Arcanite is plentiful.
Alvina eats it.
One of them eats it. For goodness sake.
There's
One of them
always
eats it.
the other option.
The other option?
Odds.
Deep sleepers
Implanted.
sent by the Republic. They would have the
Implanted memories.
technology, the knowledge. They'd have the capability. They might not even be aware of it. They might genuinely believe they're from this other world, but I've heard of alternative fiction in the Republic. Fantasies, worlds conceived of the mind, virtual
Fake-
realities.
Fake news, yes.
You understand?
I-
I've tales. I have friends in Bastion. Spies who have been sent deep into the Republic. They come out talking about feeling other worlds, about having lived thousands of years and lives. The technology is, well, there's a reason the Republic are the masters of the mind.
Indeed. But if these people are from another world, we cannot rule out a possibility after all. We are desperate. This is why we have allied ourselves with them. We are desperate.
I'm aware of the stakes, Professor. Get to the point.
If one of them was kidnapped by the Maroon Nothics, either dead or alive, they could still have a wealth of information. If those Nothics brought them to the aboleths, to the network, then it is possible that the Republic know that there are now outsiders. If the mind probes could be deep enough in this Steve, perhaps the Republic leaders know already. Maroon Nothics are commonplace, working for the aboleths from reflection.
Then we have the
Then we have what, sorry?
The other matter. The young warlock. Directly pacted to President control. No, I think it's safe to assume that the Republic knows about their existence. They'll spread like wildfire through the ethereal networks.
Which means we have lost the element of surprise.
With the Republic, yes. But what we can count on is that the empires won't share knowledge with each other, not willingly.
Not this kind of knowledge as well.
We'll still be able to maintain this element of surprise, if only temporarily, from the Radiant Empire and the Primal Chaos. That's why this mission must be a success.
If we could, in some way, set it up to make it look like the Republic are trying to launch an all-out assault against the Fire Giants, the primordial backlash against them may even cause them to ally with us against the Republic. I'm loath to even suggest it.
You know when two lions fight that they really want to side with like a gnat.
It's unlikely, but it's not impossible. But the elitist superiority view of the Republic, though, they would never consider us equal, not intellectually.
No.
You'd have better luck
if we
turning Banshee's Grove against them. The Radiant Empire still loathes what the Primal Chaos did in the wars. The gods might be mad, but they're still very much vengeful.
These new people may be enough to tip the balance.
You have a number of options open to you, Professor, and you have a couple days to plan your strategy. Whatever you decide to do, whatever you can convince allies to do, and whatever they may suggest in return. All we can do is our best. All we can do is try to survive one more day in this cruel, cruel world.
Don't worry, Warder. I have plans in motion.
I just want to see a world where the children can explore to the heart's content and not have to live in fear of a monster consuming them for power. A world where they'll be safe.
Professor just nods.
But yes, we're going to move on from the scene there. We can talk more information and stuff as to what you'll retrieve and already know during the downtime between this week and next. Bob, do you want to do something before we finish off?
Yeah, sure.
Well, it's more just it sounded like you were gonna interpose there for a second. You don't have to.
Basically down here and going, oh, well, don't touch that. That was the thing I just repaired. But
What, this piece of wood?
Yep.
It's plank.
Crunch.
What I just fit.
But while you're there, then to finish this off, just to to clarify, as you talk with the Bruce Shoulders and with your insight, you kind of get to know them. You begin talking and working on the ship. In case it wasn't already apparent, they don't actually have your void propellers. Apparently, when they found your ship, it had already been stripped for its market and lost to the salvage lands, or lost to Titan's Guts. So somebody or something got to the ship before the rebellion did and stole your Arcanite.
I can think of a person.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't Bones. He was with you guys at the time.
Not Bones.
No, somebody else.
Someone else who came through at the same time as us. And,
Another idiot.
and
No,
a
it could
complete
be-
fucking
could be
moron
like
who'd know
you,
what it
yeah.
is.
But just so that's kind of a side quest and plot you can do is while you guys will
That's
be
the main quest then.
in quest
while
is
you guys are
retrieval.
Yeah, to be fair, you don't actually know where it is. But you can investigate the crash site and see if you want to can track them down as you're leaving the area. I'll get to that in a moment. As there's a couple bookkeeping things I want to do to think about next week. But I'll get into that in a moment, as that is effectively the main session for today. Episode 9,
A little bit over
Salvage.
time, but you know.
A little bit over
An
time.
hour over time, but you know.
Somewhere between 9 and 10.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys were having a lot of fun role playing and thinking the characters.
Yeah, we did a big performance. We
did a rock show.
It was an amazing show.
We introduced rocks to this universe.
Yeah, we did a rock show. We had a water park. We did a water park.
We discovered that we still had one of our allies from the former world on our ship.
We didn't actually go overboard.
Steve
Some of
might
us
still be
built a
alive.
t-shirt.
I have a fan girl.
We've
Yes.
resparked
Quickly do this bookkeeping for people who need to head off. Right, so you'll be leveling up at the end of this session. So you, or most of you will be leveling up, apart from effectively the new characters, which is James, Kaylee, and Ali, who have not had their characters long enough yet and still need to play around with them a bit. But for the characters who have gone through 8 whole sessions, you guys can level up to 9 during effectively a couple days of downtime inside the settlement. Training some hydras, leveling up, preparing anything you need to for. We'll probably start the session kind of with Neil leveling up, and then kind of doing a montage of the rest of you guys doing your own stuff as well.
Yeah.
Spend the first kind of just getting ready for the expedition. Feel free to talk about strategy in the chat, which is why I'm doing this quick. What's gonna be happening effectively. And then we can get started on the expedition, actually exploring. So in terms of actual expedition, there obviously we have the region map, which I'll leave the roll 20 on. I can get rid of this little line now because
Can you get rid of
Professor's already made their way
blocker,
back.
possibly now?
The blocker.
The black square.
Or are they still not keeping that one?
No, I know why that's there. You guys are in Titan's Guts in this scrapland and are looking to go to Iron Core down south here.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Each hex, per the new travel rules, you can travel on foot 1 hex per day, or 2 hexes if you're mounted, and 3 hexes if you have aerial travel. So since you have hydras, you can figure out a way to attempt to mount hydras, but do be cautioned that the hydras aren't fully domesticated. Even with a couple of days, you'll be able to get them a bit more under your control, but any sort of ambush or combat, or if you try to push them over dangerous terrain, you will have to make checks, and you can potentially lose them. They won't be fully loyal to you. So just keep that in mind, if that is your plan. And we can talk about who you want to bring with you in terms of NPC allies. Each of the NPC allies will have a support ability, either an action, mobility, an ability, or some sort of special ability, just to simplify the NPC support.
We can bring the jam.
The jam will
a
not.
building ship for me.
The jam will probably never come with us.
Yeah, fortunately, he's not one of
Hey,
your recruitable
Jan's the
allies.
genius.
Not an ally. He's an enemy.
He's an enemy for you.
Look, we're friends. It's the rest of y'all. You don't get our friendship. It's very complicated.
It's a bit like
there for each hex there is a number of kind of exploration maps similar to what the party went through in order to get to it, where they'll kind of represent a vague distance and kind of just be you exploring through the areas. There probably won't be maps for every hex. I skip over some of the kind of more boring locations and stop at more of the interesting ones with like settlements or like natural terrains or different tribes or something. As you make your way through the travel segment. Yeah, the things are actually interesting to explore in the story.
Not just Wasteland 5.
Yeah, exactly.
Or Tomb of Annihilation, going through the jungle, random encounter, zombie bullshit.
No, the random encounters will be limited to the specialist areas that are interesting for random encounters. But also, more importantly, they'll have little like mini stories or dungeons or things that you could optionally do to gain more loot, rewards, more traveling companions, basically unlockables.
So guys, we're getting to Iron Core in 2026 because we'll be stopping every dungeon along the way to loot the entire place.
Yep.
Oh, if that ain't true.
I already have a basic map of Titan Guts that I need to flesh out a little bit more. The two main areas of interest. Actually, the Professor, do you want to tell them the two, or me to tell them the kind of three main points of interest? You already know one, which is Salvage. But I can give a bit of lore there if you want to know.
Yeah, go for it.
Keep it to yourself if you want.
Or well, I could read up on it for next week, and we could roleplay it, or you could just, to speed things along so it's not a 4-hour session again, you could just explain it.
Yeah, I wanted all of the kind of strategy and stuff in the chat, or giving rough plans, and then we can actually play them out and see what happens. There's kind of only three main prominent aspects, or kind of, I guess, points of interest about Titan Guts. That is the Rebellion outpost here, the Geonids, which are a specialist form of elemental creatures that the Professor would probably more keenly be interested in. They're always good to farm on your way out. If you find ones that are large enough and apply a certain mechanic to them, you can actually convert them into diamonds, as they are carbon geonids in the area.
They happen to be like bugs that live in a hive.
No, they are essentially
farming.
The theory the Professor. The Professor has theorized that they are almost antibodies or some sort of internal entity to a Titan. So they are carbon antibodies that seek out living matter and attempt to destroy it.
So it's not the weird bug things we found earlier, and I had a conversation with.
Not the ants.
No, they were something else. The other points of interest are probably Cross and Bones Tower, the Tower of Death, which you've already discovered, as well as
the shit out of.
I told you it was useful.
Yep. Strevix is Fortress, and Strevix? God, I've already forgotten his name. What is his name?
I don't know if you told us. Who was it?
No, this is a new character that Professor would just be cautious to avoid him at all costs. Yeah, Severix. Severix is a incredibly powerful NPC, or he appears to be some sort of fighter in crystalline armor that wanders the outcropping of Titan Guts, which is the east section, and has his own fortress, but he is relentless and will attack anything he sees on sight. There's a lot of mystery around him, but generally the word of caution is, if you ever see the Amethyst Knight, run.
He's the Ebony Warrior from Skyrim, but more gung-ho, essentially.
So those are the main things about the Titan Guts. And Professor will have more detailed maps for you later at some point, so you plan your route out of Titans and going south, depending on where you actually want to go, if you want to go directly there or not. But That's pretty much the gist. Obviously, you'll need supplies and stuff. I'm not going to be too rigorous with supplies, just as long as you have a bag of holding and have the money to afford lots of supplies. That's good enough.
I think we've got the money.
We've got the money and the bag of holding.
And you can also research a couple of the items that you got from the salvage tables with the dwarf Bruce Shoulder family, and they will be able to tell you the more common items and what they do and how to use them. And I'll let you know those later on too.
Thank you. I also definitely be doing that.
I need the twisted silver, please, Bane. I need it. Just.
And you can negotiate for stuff in the chat. But that is today's session.
I'm going to get the hat as well.
It was quite a fun little role play.
I love that.
Yes.
Glad you guys all had a great time. Welcome, Ali, to the table. Hopefully you had a fun time there.
Thanks for running it.
Hopefully you weren't too traumatized by us.
Nah, not yet.
Give it a chance.
Thank you all.
Yeah,
Anyone
until combat starts.
Alistair knows me, so
Yeah.
it's not really at any point. There's nothing that y'all can do.
Give me
I
a
didn't
one
make any puns.
I have received tales of this campaign via Kaylee before, so.
Also, there is the YouTube videos. So.
Yeah, true.
I hope it lives up to the
Hype.
the hype.
I am an
I guess that's the
incredible
word.
hype.
Yeah.
I
it is
am the hype.
But yes, that is us for today. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for playing. Tune in next time for the world of Alterra, the Shattered Alt Sphere.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye.